the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all for coming and giving 5 hours of your time.
It's gonna be a great time.
It's gonna be riveting. I just want to address public comment at the beginning. Today's meeting will not have any public comment. As per it's a workshop and a policy meeting.
Somehow I got lucky enough to continue being this committee's chairperson this year. Danny,
Did you want to say?
I would like to modify the agenda, please. Most of the policies we'll be looking at have come from OSBA. There's one that policy CCIA that the board wanted to review. Item 6.0 policy IIA. It says coming from the board, but it's really from specific members of the board and not the board in total. So I'd like that changed, please.
and so you get me as your committee chair to try to help us move along with a very long list of policies we're going to talk about and look at. We're not sure exactly how far we'll get today, but I think about 4 o'clock, we're going to stop wherever we're at in the OSBA policy update piece and spend the remainder of the time on policy IIA and IIBD. So just know that we're gonna pace ourselves and we'll see how far we get. Sound like a plan?
Hard stop at 5 o'clock.
And a hard stop at 5 o'clock to end the meeting.
Yep.
Yep. All right. Wanted to start with graduation requirements. You don't see a policy in your book, but you do see a chart on graduation requirements. Wanted to get just kind of a general sense of the board before we actually talk about policy IKF, graduation requirements. As you remember in, I think it was the May board meeting, might have been April. I came to you with what changes recent Senate bill will have an impact on graduation requirements, adding 2 new requirements for our students. The first requirement is related to career planning education, and the second is related to personal finance. Each class is worth a half a credit. But we have some decisions to make, and when the high school admin team gets back to work on Thursday, this is one of the things that we will begin our conversations and work on, but I would rather get us kind of in the general ballpark of what people are thinking. Oregon Department of Ed has not come out with a lot of guidance yet around the new Senate bill. There have been a number of meetings that I've been attending. There's lots of questions around licensure, the way the credit's awarded, those kinds of things that I'm not necessarily able to answer today, but I know enough to know that we have a decision to make. So to help kind of give that some context, I put together this chart. For the class of 25 and 26, our current juniors and seniors, the only real change to graduation requirements is that there's no longer the alternative certificate has changed and is now called the certificate of attendance, and the requirements around earning that certificate are different. So that will change in our policy IKF when we do have some revisions. You'll see that from that chart, 24 total credits is required for the standard diploma and for the modified diploma. The extended diploma will still exist and will have a same number of credit requirements as well. Where the new credit requirements with career education planning and personal finance come into play is for the class of 27 and 28. Our current freshmen, and by current I mean like this year's, not last year's, but we had to roll over Power School, so I'm getting used to who's who. But our current freshmen and our current sophomores, this requirement will impact them. I've only done for the standard diploma, two mock-ups of two different directions we can go. The first idea, option one, is to maintain the 24 total credit requirement that the state of Oregon has. That is the minimum number of credits required and the categories by which you have to earn those credits. For us, the change would be reducing the number of elective students take from 5.5 to 5, so that we could add the personal finance class requirement, which we are looking at having that offered in the junior or senior year. That's the work we need to do as a high school admin team. The second option, and the option that I know Tim, Michelle, the principal at Grants Pass High School, and I are recommending, is that we actually increase the number of credit requirements there are in order to graduate from Grants. There are other districts that have more higher graduation requirements than the state minimum of 24.
Trish, point of order.
Yeah.
It's actually Grants Pass School District, not just the high school, right?
Right.
Flex and
Thank you.
Gladiola.
Thank you. Graduation requirement for all of us.
Yes.
Thanks. Option two would be to increase our total credit requirement from 24 to 25. And then you see that personal finance class is there because that will be a new class for us. And it would up the credit requirement from 5.5 electives to 6 electives. We do have some ideas around health and how we offer health now too, but we would explain that a little bit more as we get into the actual revising of policy IKF. But I kind of need to know, do we want to stick with the state 24 credit minimum and just add the personal finance class and lessen the number of electives? Or are we interested in the conversation around increasing the number of credits required to graduate? What additional data or information might you need? Those kinds of things. I just kind of want to get a general sense as we get into the work.
Is it required? Yes.
Personal finance?
No, that's. I gotta finish getting the whole thing out. Sorry. Is it required for each one of our high schools to be identical?
Yes.
Why?
I'm just basing that on the way the current policy reads is related to graduation requirements for all the high schools in the district. As I look at other district models of different numbers of credit requirements, I see them all consistent across all the high schools within the district.
I mean. We're changing the policy, so I want the policy to say it's different for different high schools. We could, as long as we're meeting state minimums. At every high school, would that be correct?
Which high school would you, what would you make different?
At this point, I'm just trying to understand the scope of the possible changes. So I'm not saying I want to do it. I just want to know what's possible.
So technically, we could say GP would be 25 credits and Gladiola could be 24 as long as we're meeting the state standards.
I'm sure we probably could.
That's the question, right?
Yeah, and partially this goes back years to, I can't remember what brought it up, but we weren't happy with the state standards. So we had a discussion, primarily me, about having higher standards for issuing a District 7 high school diploma versus what the state minimums were at the time. For whatever reason, at that time, I was told that we couldn't do that. But now it sort of sounds like you can.
I could explore it. I had not
Well, I
thought
mean,
that that would be a question.
your proposal is actually for a diploma that has more credits than is required by the state.
But for all of our high schools. Was what we were,
Right. But I'm just saying. So essentially, as long as we meet state standards. We could exceed state standards for a District 7 high school diploma.
yes,
So what happens to the students who don't meet the requirements for District 7, but they do meet the requirements, minimum requirements for the state?
Mhm.
They don't get.
I don't have an answer for you today. I honestly, I don't know.
Because that would kind of apply to this. I mean, what happens to the student that meets the state minimum, but
To earn a Grants Pass School District diploma, you would have to meet the 25 requirement. That's what this is proposing. But
So
we
if
can
the student
definitely
has
work on it
24.
as a team, high school admin team.
I'm just seeing, I'm some parent, my kids met the state minimum, but the district's not giving them a diploma, not being happy about that.
I'm not sure how it's handled in the districts that do that currently, but I can explore that and find out for you.
Okay,
And I wondered if you could, in your data diving, find out how many students did graduate with the 24 minimum. And another question I have is, I know that there are students who graduate with far more than 24 credits. And how many credits are available if you really made an effort to get every credit available.
Wouldn't that be 28?
Made it
4 years
I
of
mean,
7?
You could probably
Yeah.
get 29.
Plus some of the
credits.
eighth grade credits, or they could have taken enrichment summer courses or.
it's gonna be more than 28.
Yeah, 29 pretty easily, Debbie, because you've got career and personal wellness that you can take in the summer as you come in, isn't there? You can take Career Academy.
Oh, yeah, we have
Okay,
to
so-
earn 28, 29 credits.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think the highest we saw for the valedictorians was 29 last year.
Mhm, mhm. So I kind of see. And, you know, there is the totally human tendency to go with the minimum required, but there are opportunities to get more credits if you want. You can get more electives if you want versus mandating them. It's just my first thought on that.
If a student took a full schedule, all 4 years of high school, they could earn 28 credits. And like you said, some earn more, but 28 is the most potential. One of the reasons option 1 concerns us for a number of reasons. First off, it reduces the number of electives, thus impacting some of our, career and technical ed classes. In order to complete a career and technical ed class, and by complete, I mean the program of study, which impacts funding for career and technical ed, you have to complete 3 credits in a career and technical ed in order to qualify for funding. Two full credits of a career and technical ed to be considered a concentrator. And by reducing credits, you could potentially impact what
It would take some careful counseling.
careful counseling and pretty much a commitment your freshman year of this is the career technical field I want to go in versus kind of exploring for a couple of years and then I want to go further into health science and take more in that pathway. You pretty much have to be more committed earlier on. It would impact other electives like our fine arts programs, because you only have so many electives that will fit into your schedule. And then the last thing we're concerned about is just, we've seen an increase in the number of kids not taking a full 7-period day, they're taking a 4-period day. you know, having kids on campus longer has many advantages to it. And so, I mean, there's a number of reasons why we would want to explore, and right now, we're just kind of exploring, but wanted to even see if that was a conversation worth exploring with the board, increasing the credits.
Is 24.5 not an option?
It is. We liked round numbers when we were talking, but we can talk about it being 24.5.
I was wondering, kind of what I think Debbie was asking about, but also what you're alluding to. I just think of my son who's in the band program, and that has drastically impacted his ability to take electives over the years. How many kids struggle with that, whether it's doing band or other fine arts programs, or doing a CTE program and still hitting all their other courses and classes and being able to get 24 as it is? I'm just curious, like, what that looks like, just based upon those of you that deal with this day in, day out, before saying, yep, this one sounds good. Like, how does that impact the students?
I'd want to
And
talk
I-
to the counselors
yeah.
about that.
And,
They
you
have
know,
a good-
corollary thought on this is, I understand you've got to make some choices. If we go with 25 credits or 24.5, are we going to add time on the day? Are we going to add are we going to add more teachers? I'd like to know those kinds of figures also.
Because nothing about leaving it at 24 impacts those students trying to do those career and technical education. So they can do that if they want to. Those sorts of students who have more than 24 credit. So the only thing increasing it to 25 is we're essentially forcing the student to take one more credit. If we think that's good for them, like vegetables, well, okay.
So it's actually half a credit, right? That was legislated, but we're rounding up.
Well, a proposal is 25, so that's one more credit.
The state proposal is option one. They, in a meeting with members of the advisory team that are creating the guidance from Oregon Department of Ed, they recognized this was these two required classes, career education and personal finance, are going to impact elective requirements, and that's where they saw the impact. So kids would only be required the 5 electives.
Along the lines of Gary's train of thought, how many kids are at risk of not graduating in 4 years if we increase to 25?
Yeah.
Do we have a general idea on that now, or can we get one?
My phone just rang because Christopher Rosetta's up there dealing with credit deficient kids who have failed classes that are trying to recover credit. Those classes failed are oftentimes core classes, language arts, math, science, and social studies. We know that many students who transfer to Gladiola High School are credit deficient and have a lot of credit to recover as well. I'd have to give you a ballpark number just based on, you know, this year's seniors, how many of them are credit deficient, and I can get that number. I'll run some data. This conversation and your questions are what I plan to do next is when high school admin comes back, talk about the potentials and the ideas, your questions, meet with the high school counseling team, their input and ideas. The issue is going to be making sure that our freshmen and sophomores are adequately notified about what our graduation requirements are. And so I see needing to come back in August, September at a future board meeting and have a recommendation from the admin team for you. I just wanted to lay some groundwork today and get some thoughts so that we could proceed forward when we come forward with more than just Tim, Michelle, and Tricia's recommendation, but more input. Does that make sense?
I'm surprised that Wyoming has 15 credits to graduate.
Some do, yeah. It was really short.
Yeah.
About 14 credits in Iowa.
So there's gonna be some kind of impact on graduation rate. If it's increased.
Yes, but how big of an impact is what we'd have to find out for you.
Mhm.
So is that's the point of your original question. Is it possible to have, or you met the standard, or you met Grants Pass standard? Depending.
Mhm. Right.
Is that possible?
I know that the way we're doing things at Gladiola right now, it's actually if a student were to attend there all 4 years, which we don't have freshmen at Gladiola because of the quarter system and grading, the number of credits they can earn at Gladiola is much higher than Grants Pass High School. So there's going to be more opportunities for credit recovery, but let me get some additional staff input for you and then come back with some additional ideas, but wanted to keep it on your radar that we do have to change graduation requirements for our freshmen and sophomores.
Well, the main thing we have to do is add the personal finance. Right?
Correct. Thus changing the graduation requirements, because that will be a required class for them.
So we could just do that part while you're doing whatever else you're gonna do. If there's some kind of time constraint, that's all I'm saying.
Anything else before we go on to voluntary early retirement?
Anything significant about the note on the right there that plays into this?
We've been for a number of years, thanks for reminding me about that, the high school and middle school and elementary, but the high school and middle school will be going through a process with our health standards are revised in the state of Oregon. And we'll be going through an adoption cycle process for middle school and high school health. In past years and in many conversations, the way we currently teach health at the high school, once in their freshman year, it is a scramble to cram it all in to a single required class. Many high schools in the state require a health class in the freshman sophomore year and then a health class in the junior senior year, so that you're hitting those key topics multiple times instead of just once in the freshman year. For us right now, what happens is students take wellness their freshman year and then they have the 4 years to take one of those listed classes for their other health credit. But it has been talked about from the health department and from high school administration in the past that we look at potentially requiring another health class in the junior or senior year. I'm not saying that's what we're recommending, but it has been part of our conversation year over year, and so wanted to keep that on people's radar as well.
So that would be another elective gone.
Well, yes, if you look at option 2, probably what actually wouldn't be another credit gone. The one credit for health, instead of you having these options of e-care, children and families, culinary, you would be required to take wellness your freshman year and then wellness your junior or senior year, and you would still get 6 elective credits.
You still get what?
The 6 elective credits.
But they would be, one of them would be a required elective.
No, what I'm saying is that one health credit is still, it's just these optional e-care, children and family, culinary, nutrition, sports med, and personal
Yeah.
training would all fall into your general elective category versus health.
Currently they fulfill that second health class.
Yeah.
And right now, we're, we're meeting the standard, but there's a recommendation to change it. If I heard that correctly.
Yes. I pause because meeting the standard at the depth and quality that the health standards call for is what is of concern to health teachers and to, as we've talked over the years, our team. We meet the minimum standard, but we feel like we could do better, and other high schools are doing better in the area of health than we are.
And have you considered, half credit freshman, sophomore and half credit junior, senior
That's exactly what we've been talking about,
versus 1 and 1, half and half?
half and half.
Are the state standards,
It
I
doesn't-
know I looked at them for like up through 8th grade. Do they have standards at 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade? Or once they hit 9th grade, it's just all,
High
The
school health standards, math standards, English language arts, they are broken up into freshman, sophomore, junior, senior brackets, but they're not necessarily 9, 10, 11, 12. Science is all high school standards, and that's why we try to hit as many of those standards in a variety of classes.
the only reason I asked was I thought it would be odd if they weren't just all for high school. Then how could we have taught them everything in 9th grade and not done anything in 11th grade?
Mhm.
But since they're all general, just high school language.
If you think of another question as we go on in the agenda, we can come back to that. But we're gonna talk about policy CCIA, voluntary early retirement. Tim, are you gonna set the stage for what it is we're looking at?
I can do that. The last couple of weeks, since really the June board meeting, there have been some questions about the folks that are taking early retirement and how that impacts the district. As we learned about that, specifically, where's Ryan? Ryan, right across from me. Ryan started looking through policies and found this policy CCIA. Before that, it really just gone with the collective bargaining agreement. Saying that right? Okay. And we found that this policy impacts administrators where the collective bargaining agreement is only for the teaching staff, right? And classified staff has a whole different thing, and it does not really impact them because they have some options earlier in their career and made a different choice, except for 3 or 4 of them. So we're really talking about the class or the certified contract has this language in it. And then CCIA has this language in it for administrators. As we came across this and started learning about it, we realized we were supposed to be reporting each July to the board about how financially viable it is for us to offer folks a 1/84th of their salary compensation package. I believe the intent was to cover the cost of insurance from age 58 to 65, but that's not stated. So. And it happened in 1987, so I think that even predates Debbie's time on the board.
Yes, it does.
Right, so it's an old policy.
Readopted in 04.
There you go, readopted in 04, right? But in my now 3rd summer in the district, we have never brought this to the board to review in July. And so we're gonna kind of hand things off to Sam here in a moment. He's gonna let the board know what the financial implications to the district are of offering folks the 1/84th package for early retirees. And I'm gonna hand it to Sam.
Thank you.
You bet.
Should everyone get one of these? It's lying in each space when you walked in. It's just a 1-pager that's not in your book, so it's not actually got. Nathan, did you get one? Oh, you did.
It wasn't, but.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh.
There were 3 books.
Oh, gotcha. All right, thank you. So this is just a real straightforward breakdown of what the impact is or what the savings would be. And it is two separate policies. So addressing the teacher policy first, and they essentially read the same as I recall. Yeah.
Right, but
Go ahead.
just to be clear.
Sure.
It's a bargaining agreement for the teachers. It's a policy for the administrator.
Thank you. Yes, yes. I'm getting there. So the first one is a teacher comparison. Simply, I put top end teacher. It just means an experienced teacher who's at the high end of the salary schedule. And if that teacher was to take the early retirement stipend, in this case, it would be $14,000 a year for approximately 84 months, depending on certain other variables. But and then we hire someone to replace that teacher, which in most cases is going to be somewhere earlier in their career. And so at a lower cost to the district. And the big black box there shows the difference in the salary. We would say 41,000 there. We would save approximately 13,000 in PERS for that new teacher. And then we would take out the stipend that we're paying that retired teacher, which in that first year would give us a savings about 39, almost $40,000. And that savings would lessen every year as the teacher went up the scale and made some more money. But by the time that the stipend ends, which would be longer than this approximately 7 years that this stipend lasts for, we would still be having a benefit to the district even in that final year of giving the stipend to that retired teacher. Not at 40,000 a year, but still a savings.
What is the beginning salary for a teacher? I thought it was more than 41,000.
No, and you're right. So about 58,000 is on there. And the 41 was
Okay,
the
I was
difference
looking-
between the two salaries.
This minus that is the savings. Oh, okay.
And then the next one would be the savings in the PERS.
Is that beginning or step 5?
5BA is step 5 with a bachelor's degree. So you're
A
little bit better.
5 down on the columns in the first row.
Thank you.
Any questions on that?
Well, somebody will explain it to me.
The other example is moving, which relates to our board policy. Using an administrator as an example. And this is kind of a chain reaction, because if we were to hire a new administrator or director, we would probably hire their replacement from within. Some level below, but not at a beginning place. All scenarios are different, but generally speaking, we might replace a director administrator with a middle school principal maybe. And that middle school principal would be replaced by maybe the vice principal of the middle school. And then that person then you're starting to think that's maybe where we hire a new person at a lower level or a little lower entry level. And so this is just one example of many, but if you were to take the director / administrator and compare it to a new middle school assistant principal we would hire to replace that one we moved up, to replace the one that moved up, to replace the one that ultimately ended up as administrator, then you would see again about a $41,000 difference in salary, about $11,000 difference in PERS. You take the stipend that we're paying that retired administrator out of the equation, and the first year savings is about 31,000. Many scenarios you could make with that, but that was one we chose, and you're looking like you're gonna ask me a question. Bring it.
Well, I was just, there, like you said, there's lots of scenarios, and I'm trying to remember when Vanessa came. How that worked.
So that would be more of one, yeah, we didn't. As in not maybe hiring within, going out to the market and finding someone comparable. And maybe not having quite the same savings.
She's a director, right?
Right.
So essentially there would be no savings.
That scenario, that's, yeah,
So we'd just be a deficit of whatever the stipend was.
correct.
So sometimes we save money, sometimes we don't.
Depends on the experience of the person that comes into the position.
And of course, the other thing is like. Now a little bit, I think we try to save, like.
Lunches over. Here goes Sam. So sorry, I turned off everything except lunch.
We like experienced teachers,
Correct.
but this is an incentive to get rid of experienced teachers. Not administrators, but experienced teachers. And, but if you're gonna do that. If this were our average. We should be. What? 28, 30. We could like triple. The retirement stipend to get rid of. More experienced teachers because we'd be financially ahead. Should we do that?
No.
Why?
Well. I'm just gonna say it, I'm not representing the group. This is just Tim's opinion, this is not other. I'm generally opposed to paying people for work they're not doing.
I'm sorry, what did you?
I'm
say?
generally opposed to paying people for work they're not actually doing. I struggle with that. So. But that's just Tim's opinion, other people in the room will have a different opinion, right? So, do I think this program should end? No. Do I think it should be expanded? Absolutely not. So,
Do we have?
Do we think it needs to be reviewed every year? Yes.
I agree, it should be looked at every year and we should follow our policy and make sure we're doing that, but, right? I also think people have joined this. Us and been with us for a long time and they expect this to be there, right? So if we were going to say this really doesn't work for the district, I think you're really talking about people employed. Starting now, right? I think it would be not in good faith to end something that people have been counting on or got hired with the expectation of, but not every teacher needs to be put out to pasture. And incentivizing them to leave is not always in the best interest of the district. And we've got some really great teachers that have been with us a long time, you know, offering triple the amount so they leave. I don't think it's a great idea.
And that's
You're the guy
roughly,
that wants to sell the naming rights to every building we got.
I would. I would.
Just talking money here.
I know you are.
And we're only talking administrators, right? Because when we're saying, we're talking, people are using teachers and administrators, but the teachers, that's a part of the CBA and
But
that's.
it is
part of our-
reviewable, it's also reviewable.
Board could review it every year.
Oh,
So
okay,
it's the
sorry. I
board
missed
can
that.
change
so,
Yeah.
so we're talking on average 5
Got
to
it.
6 years early retirement, right? It's about 5 years.
Most
Is
people
what the
plan on
incentive
going
is.
at age 58, which would be 7 years.
Okay. And what, so I just had a comment and a question too. So I too believe we want to retain teachers, especially the most experienced teachers. On the other hand, it is voluntary and choices are good. But I do have a question about the numbers, Sam. So the numbers used is that is cash salary numbers. That's not including OPE costs along with that.
No, yeah, I did not include any of the other associated payroll costs. That would be an effect there too for FICA, but
Sure. Well, the question I have is generally OPE costs are lower for newer employees, correct? Or am I wrong in that? So
The percentages are usually lower.
yeah,
the percentage is lower.
yeah.
So newer employees have a lower OPE cost than more experienced employees.
Right.
Well, I know it's associated
Right.
costs.
That would be interesting to see that
OPE is
factor
other
as
payroll
well,
costs?
because that is cash out of the district being factored. I mean, at least I think that would be valuable to see those numbers, but if I'm missing something.
Well, I think I kind of started going down that road, and then I stopped because this told so much, essentially the story. We could certainly make that, because that number would grow. But, significantly, I don't know, but it's certainly a number that
I
could be
think it
taken.
would be interesting to see, because we are talking about the bumping effect also. Right?
I think that was just a whim. I'm not sure, but I'm
Okay.
kidding. Just kidding. I don't know what it is, but. Okay.
I think what. In my mind, really highlighted looking at this policy last time we talked about it was not so much all of this, which is interesting and I think good to review. But it was the hiring back piece. That's not factored anywhere in this.
It's not, that's not this, it's not this policy.
Cost of hiring back, whether you are hired back or not.
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
So this early retirement, voluntary early retirement benefit is offered even if you're hired back, is what I think we decided a month ago.
That's
or
currently the
3 weeks ago.
practice, yes.
That's something that might be interesting to talk about at some point in time. Is what that looks like, and this whole idea of expectation of benefits. I'd be curious to see how that factors dollars and cents wise.
Okay.
How much are we actually talking year in, year out? And I know that affects people in the room, and so that's awkward, but I'm just curious what that actually looks like. Would you not hire back? Would you hire? I mean, there's just lots of things there might be some conversations to be had around that as well.
I think if the board is of a mindset that there's a concern about someone collecting their salaries, someone collecting their retirement, and someone collecting this 184th, which would be kind of the triple dipping scenario. And I think you've had union members reach out to you and express. I think that if the board wants to have that conversation, I think we need to do it sooner rather than later, because we would want to know what we're doing for next spring as folks start having conversations about their retirement and what that would look like. I don't think that's something we want to kick down the road too far. If that makes sense. For folks that are already in that, I don't think anybody's of a mindset that we're taking anything away from folks. It's what are we doing in the future and how are we making this work for everybody? And yeah, I'll stop there.
I would think too, Tim, that if we were to play with the idea of doing away with that, to set a sunset date out of waves for people who are planning,
Yes.
not immediately.
Agreed.
So when somebody contracts back. What does that contract look like? Do we pay PERS for that person, or do they pay PERS? I don't know.
No more PERS is paid to their account, but the normal PERS that the district has to pay for an employee still is being paid.
Doesn't go to their account, it
It
goes
just
off
goes to the
PERS.
pool.
It was one of the
Deficit.
state's incentive,
Right.
it was the incentive for the state to do that.
Yeah, so
Doesn't
there's no
impact the
6%,
person.
there's no 6% contributed from
So it's
their,
not-
from their salary, right?
But we contribute the 8% or whatever
It's way more than that, but yeah.
yeah,
22%.
started out at 8, but now it's
Yeah.
what, 27?
Yeah, exactly. That's something like that.
So when somebody contracts back, we still pay PERS to the state. but it's no benefit to the person who's contracted back. The person who's contracted back, I'm assuming they don't pay their share to PERS either. But do we pay insurance for the person that's contracted back?
Yes.
So even though it is lost in the mists of time about the 184th, it's I'm pretty sure that was to help with insurance until they reached age 65. So
It's written somewhere that that's what no, but
Well, the
Initially,
original
certainly
intent.
up.
We
Yeah.
used to call it the
Yeah.
insurance.
So I'm gonna say it makes no sense for a contracted back person for us to pay for their insurance and then give them a stipend to offset their insurance because they don't need it. They're already getting it if they're contracted back. So we should at minimum change the policy and whatever it takes with the bargaining agreement to adjust the language on the 184th so that it's only if we're not paying insurance for them.
So I wanna clarify, so make sure we're all. I'm understanding what you're saying, and this is what the board's intent as well. So let's take myself for example, and I'll use me because I'm never gonna qualify for the 184 because I'm not gonna put in 15 years. So, right? So let's say Tim retires and is hired back. Right? Then I actually retire. So I've retired in December of 2023. Got doing the retire rehire. Then let's say in June 30th of 27 is my last day in the district. All right. Then I could till age 65 collect the 184th. Because now I'm actually don't have insurance being paid for me, and I've met the criteria, right? I can't collect it now, but I could collect it when I'm actually physically retired and no longer earning insurance,
Separation service.
Right.
right?
Yes.
Okay. So that helps us to build something going. Does anybody?
There are also people who separate services who are not working, but don't use that. They don't do the COBRA. They have other choices in their life but they still have been eligible for that stipend, but they're not. The district isn't paying insurance for them, but they're not doing our COBRA. Just want to make sure that.
Right.
But they are receiving.
But they
the
still could be
184.
eligible.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah,
Right.
but they are still receiving the 184. Because
So
it
you
doesn't have
should
to
be
be
on
used
the
for
grid.
insurance.
Correct.
Using it
Be
for
used for
other things
insurance.
for
Right.
insurance.
The intent was to use it for insurance. That doesn't,
But people don't have to.
don't have to.
Okay. We will create something and talk to our union partners.
So, and more than that, for further down the road, one board member's opinion, we should get rid of early retirement, or if we're gonna do that, we should incentivize the hiring people to leave and save the district even more money. I don't quite get the halfway there. Like, either we want people to leave because we're saving the district money, or we don't think that's a good idea and we shouldn't do it.
Don't we also though get a rating on experience for our school
We do.
funding? So that may not be a savings. Experience.
Do you remember?
Some of the savings.
Do you remember what our experience rating is?
I don't. It's very decent though. I mean, I know I've past, we've compared it, we're in a good place compared to others, you know, but I don't know the number. off the top of my head.
Onboarding costs and training costs and opportunity, opportunities lost cost, which is hard to quantify. Of having new employees versus having an experienced person for that last 5 years.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really having to sharpen the pencil and really go into quite a deep analysis, but all of that stuff does matter for sure. And should factor in.
Is anybody saying to us, I would leave if you were offering me more money?
No, not have that stated by a certified member. We had a classified member state that, but not a certified.
And it's a good incentive. I don't know that we need to up the incentive because. But,
Well, I mean, all the points Nathan just raised would argue against having it at all.
But it's helpful to quantify those things. I'm just bringing it up because I've been through this exercise at work. And, we factored in opportunity costs, factored in, recruitment and training and, all of that stuff.
And so Sam, we actually get paid more from the state based on our experience.
Correct.
How much money do we give for that?
Yeah, I'd have to look that up, but there, yeah, we do get a benefit of that for sure.
So where?
Right, so that would be a subtraction. Positive numbers.
Right.
Right,
But it's early.
right. But just remember that those, every year, that number is smaller based on, the savings that we would get. Well, maybe it's not a good argument for that particular, but they're gonna make more money every year. So that savings we get is gonna reduce every year.
But when they leave, our experience
That level of
money
experience
pool we get from Salem
would get-
changes.
Yep, there we go, that as well, yeah.
I think something that might be slightly confusing is because the policy is titled early retirement. And I think that's because it's early for like Social Security and Medicaid, all those
That
things,
was
because
the
that's 65,
Intended purpose, yeah.
but it's not early because most people take it, they've completed their 30 years, they're
Right.
in the PERS world, in the K-12 or in the public education world, when people take this, it's not an early retirement. They have done their whole career. And so that's why it's not really, there isn't a lot of, people aren't really incentivized to retire early. That kind of is when people at least in education, are retiring, typically around the 30-32 year mark. So they're gonna do it regardless.
Right, I think that's a good point, early for insurance.
Right, it's
Early
early
for-
for but not
it's not
early
early
for
in your
their career.
Right,
It's because you can,
But
you're available to
if I
retire
understand. what-
prior to
It's sort of
Social Security.
the natural evolution cycle of a teacher.
If I understand what you're saying, they maybe would have stayed longer in order to, because.
because they don't qualify for Medicare.
Right, so without this, they would stay longer because they gotta have a bridge to Medicare and everything else.
And then
Yeah.
that can be tricky because are you just going to work for insurance?
Yeah.
Which doesn't always make for a great teaching situation. Right? So. Now, some people are gonna be fantastic. No matter what, but some people are like.
Just putting in the
Just gotta
time.
hang on 3 more years and you don't want that. Situation either, right?
I can see the flexibility, especially on a year-to-year basis. I remember. Debbie and Gary will probably remember this. It was probably 15 years ago when we had some budget concerns. And I remember John Higgins helped expand the language to allow us to offer this stipend to more employees because we really wanted some retirement, so we didn't have to riff teachers. And that was back in the 06, 07, 08 times where everyone was cutting quite expansively. And that's what that classified member brought up to me, like, boy, it'd be nice if the district, which we don't want this person to leave either. But I just remember that there was that flexibility at the time when we really needed some movement where we don't know what's ahead of us. We know that we hope state funding is better, but enrollment on those initial reports we're seeing is maybe not as strong as it's going to be. We hope it might be in the years to come. And so the flexibility that's in here in terms of the board evaluating this year to year does give us some of that flexibility, just to know that there's times it may be a great incentive and we need it to be there, and other times maybe it doesn't make fiscal sense to have it. So I think that at least that there was some wisdom in the flexibility.
Well, I don't think this gives us very much flexibility.
What gives us as the board flexibility yearly.
Yeah,
or
yearly,
annually,
so-
July,
And that's where you may address,
If we are.
Yeah, I
utilizing
think I
it.
heard some comments here today that, well, there's people that have been working here who are working under the assumption that this is an option that they can take. And if you go with that interpretation, the board really doesn't have flexibility to change it year to year. So if you're gonna give the board flexibility to do it year to year, this language should be clearer for the employees of the district that this isn't a guaranteed thing that everybody's gonna get. It's gonna be a year-to-year choice made by the board. And I don't think it's really stated that way.
So as Tim stated, it sounds like you'd like to see some modified language to really meet the original intended purpose, which was those that don't have insurance that may want to retire early, not by education standards maybe, but by healthcare standards or what have you, that might meet that purpose. Is that
Right, but it's also, we think it saves the district money. But if all the employees working here think that's an option they have, that's not an option for the board. So the language needs to be clear that they may or may not have this option in the future.
I think it's similar to what the original concern was with the retire, rehire. That we wanted to make sure that our employees knew that it was year by year on the work back. And it's similar language here, that. But maybe this has not been utilized or understood equally, that it's actual year by year.
We won't have language available by the August policy meeting, but hopefully by September.
that's what.
September?
I think we should be able to have some language here in that.
Mhm.
Okay. Tanya, when's the August policy meeting?
The fourth Tuesday.
Yeah. I think with the start of school, that would be hard for us.
Is it 5 hours?
Well, if you're
Is it
ready,
Sun River?
we'll go on to the really kind of the big, we got an OSBA update in April. And have not had a chance to deal with any of these policies, and so our goal today is in the next 3 hours. 3 hours, 1, 2, 3, 3 hours, we're gonna stop at 4. To get through as many of these OSBA policies as we can. Tanya, Tim and I came up with a different approach to this particular policy meeting that we're hoping helps us process through these. So the way your binder is set up is if you go to procurements first, it's the first yellow tab. what you see on that is OSBA's reason for the policy change. And then the policies it impacts. Tommy is gonna speak to procurement. And what we've got going on there, but then behind the procurement, you see our two current board policies, DJC. And DJCA, which OSBA is recommending we delete. And then we adopt the OSBA revised version. So you see Tanya wrote some notes on the top of the policies. And so for procurement, that's how this particular section works. And Tommy will talk about some of the reasons why, and then what his thoughts are on the revised policies.
So if anybody was sleepy, this should wake you up. So currently there are two policies, DJC and DJCA. And the newly proposed policy would basically get rid of the DCGA, which is the personal services contract, and incorporate that language into DC. Or DJC, and so there's one policy rather than two. What the major components are of this, outside of combining two policies into one, is that the new one addresses new dollar figures for small, intermediate, and regular procurement. And the rationale behind that is over time, these haven't been updated for quite some time, and everything is becoming infinitely more expensive. And so it's becoming increasingly more difficult to procure anything because of the thresholds that we're dealing with. So what we had been working under, and OASBO shares purchasing guidelines for us, is that goods and services, if we were to enter into a contract of up to 10,000, then we essentially did not have to go out for bid. Now, obviously, you do your due diligence to make sure that you're being good stewards of the money, but you did not have to go seek multiple bids. That number has been increased to, with the new proposal, increased to $25,000. Once you get up to $250,000, then you have to go through the full bidding process, which would be your ITB, your invitation to bid, or your RFP, which is your request for proposal. They also have public improvement numbers that had been at 5,000. So if we wanted to put a fence up and it was going to cost $5,001, then we would basically have to go out and get multiple quotes for that. That number in the new recommendation has been increased from 5,000 to 25,000. And then if it's between 25,000 and 100,000, then you need the three quotes without having to go out for a full bid. If you get up over 100,000, then you have to go out for a full bid. So much of what is the change in this new proposal is the upping of those dollar figures. Also, in the old policy, they did not actually make mention of intermediate and regular procurement numbers. It was only the small. So we use this as our guidelines. We would, my recommendation is that we do want to consider this because it makes it really, really challenging, slows down the process for us as we're trying to get work done here. The policy that they're totally recommending that we get rid of is the second one there, the personal service contract, which is DJCA. And the majority of that information is in the newly revised policy. If you were to look at page 3 of the new policy, section 7. That's where they incorporate the personal services contract into DJC.
There's two parts.
Yep, I'm gonna come to that right now. Yep. Okay, so under the new policy, if you start at the very beginning with the underneath bidding requirements, there's two sections in brackets, and should we adopt one of or adopt this new policy, we have to determine which one of those two that we would move forward with. So currently, the board is the LCRB, so that's the local contract review board, and we have adopted rules. The rules that have been adopted are the Oregon Attorney General's rules. And you can see that in the original DJC policy. But if you look at these two, neither one of them really says exactly that. The first one says that the board is going to make that decision and has not adopted its own rules, and that we will use the Attorney General's. That would be my recommendation, because we have already adopted the Oregon Attorney General's rules. The second one said the board is the LCRB and it has adopted its own rules. That means it's outside of the Oregon Attorney General's rules. So my recommendation in consultation with Tim would be the top one.
Makes
Otherwise,
sense
we
to
make
me.
up- yeah, Otherwise, we make up.
So these procurement rules actually changed over a year ago. Have we been operating under these already, or are we waiting for the policy to catch up?
So we have been for the difference between the small and the intermediate, not for the intermediate and the formal.
Gotcha, yeah. Cause it sure is nice when you could find a contract you like and hire them.
Yeah.
At 20,000 or 25,000.
Yep, you're correct.
I mean, would this new policy in any way have negatively impacted any of the recent procurements or projects that we've done? If this was fully implemented in the last 2 years?
It does not. It only helps us in the sense what Nathan just brought up, that we are not only following what as was put out and the new rules that have been put in place, but that it matches our board policy.
Yeah, hopefully it's not making it harder, because I think the whole intention is to try to help projects and things go forward, you know, with less restriction. Is it, so for the school districts with this, are we required to have a contract or procurement for everything now? So even though the, you know, the minimum was raised to 25,000, if you do something for 5,000, do you have to have an actual contract in place?
Well, no, we do not have a contract in place for our small. Not for our intermediate, typically it's when we go out for full RFP or ITB.
Right. Big stuff. Okay. I was just curious what the practice was.
Yeah.
We adopted this at work at the state level about a year ago. And it got coupled with having to have a procurement for everything. So even though it got similar, you still had to, even if you spent $1, you had to have a procurement for it, which was interesting. So I wasn't sure if that got coupled with that, or maybe that's gonna hit later.
We'll have to point out in section 7 there, the personal service contract, and if you have some curiosity about what falls under that category, if you go down in the footnotes below, number 8 there, it talks about what those services are. There's no dollar figure mentioned in number 7, but we have policy DJ, which is district purchasing, which requires us if it's over $75,000 when we look at personal service contracts, that does need to come before the board.
That's in what policy?
DGA. Which is not one that's was referenced in the information that came from us.
So why wouldn't we? What else is in DJ?
Refers to the director of business being the purchasing agents. That the only person outside of the superintendent is the business officer that can approve payments and contracts. The board shall approve all contracts, personal service contracts in excess of $75,000. Director of business services will review bills due and payables.
No, UJC.
He was just asking what else is in DJ, and then no board member will use his or her position to obtain financial gain.
Can we change that? I would like to see us change DJ to take out any of the parts, particularly in that paragraph that deals with 75,000 and just put it into DJ.
I don't quite understand what you just said.
There's a piece in DJ
Right here.
that I'm saying should rightly belong in DJC.
This one right here, area, right? Right. That section.
I have contacted OSBA and had some concerns about number 7 not having a dollar figure sitting in there. And there's been a little bit of dialogue back and forth, but I don't have
He's referring to the,
any additional information.
Yeah,
right, Tommy, you're referring to this number 7
Yeah.
in the, yeah.
we can do stuff. So I'm just saying everything past where the current budget appropriation, that stuff just moves over to the DJC.
Are you talking about the paragraph with the 75,000 in it?
Right. I think you need to leave up some of that
Mhm.
first sentence as part of DJ. But the part where it talks about what the board's gonna approve and personal service contracts and field bids and all that stuff, that belongs in DJC.
I don't, so which one are you looking at?
This is current board policy DJ. It's not in your packet because it was not
Oh.
recommended by OSBA.
Oh,
But-
okay.
Even Tommy was questioning some information from it, which he's waiting to hear back from OSBA. What I'm hearing in some summary of the conversation, we are going to delete our current policy DJC. Oops. We're gonna delete our current policy DJCA. We're going to go with OSBA's sample policy. Tommy recommended this first bracket versus the second bracket. Then Gary has suggested we move this section from DJ into the OSBA version of DJCA
In number 7.
under number 7.
DJC, not DJCA.
Yeah, sorry, got my
Would that leave the current DJ?
part of it. I think
Will it leave it whole though and read correctly?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very short, but it's
It's just.
specific.
I don't think you have to pull that out of DJ. I think you just reference it in DJC so that there's.
Yeah.
That's no. So part of my deal is I don't like things in two places.
What's my deal? What's the
So,
deal?
that stuff. And when somebody's looking for something, it should be here. And we don't want it someplace else where they might miss it. There's gonna have to be a little bit of language changing, but I'm sure Tommy and Trish and Tim can figure out how to make that work. Cause DJ is just an overall description of how we're doing things in the district. DJC is specifically how we're gonna do these contracts and stuff. And that's where a specific thing like 75,000 should be over in DJC.
I see, thank you.
Okay. So. Going with what Trish just said, are we ready to present at the August board meeting that the current DJC and DJCA get deleted, and we bring forward to the board a revised new DJC that references the $75,000 into the personal services part? Are we okay with
And using option,
and using option one?
Yeah.
Are we okay with that? Thumbs up.
would add, we probably should then also revise DJ at the same meeting.
Correct, and we'll bring a revised DJ to the same meeting. Okay. Gary, thumbs up.
Yeah,
Okay,
just make sure you take care of all of those
yes.
bracket things.
And who's
everywhere.
taking notes on what we're taking care of? Tommy, you did that?
We got it.
Okay.
We could just add it to another clause somewhere later.
Point of order, Trish?
Yeah.
We're about 90 minutes in. Do we need to take a break for bathroom or keep plugging along?
So there's one more section that has brackets in it. So I
Sorry.
need to wait before we go there. So Tricia was right below or above 7, numbers, bottom of number 6. So it's part of special procurements. So we don't have currently an AR for DJC. And so at the very end of that, it talks about special procurements, and the board could approve us to look at different procurement methods should we bring something forward to them. And so that's the very first part of it. And it says, and this policy and essentially administrative regulation DJC AR, but we don't currently have an AR in place. And so if we were to consider that here, then that means that we would be talking about drafting. And there is some potential a proposal out there, but I know we're not. AR is not what we're talking about here, but we need to finish off that language.
Well, haven't we? There's been a couple times that contracts got brought to the board that were not following exactly the procurement rules, and we made special exceptions.
That's
It is-
typically been for CMGC processes for years.
So is what they're trying to do here is create an AR that would already have those in it?
So, yes, it's far more explanatory than what is sitting in 6. Do we have, is AR in here?
Yeah, not in the packet, but I can pull it up.
Well, I think what I'm gonna say is it's been rare,
Oh,
and rather than try and spend a lot of time making up language, doing exceptions when they occur is probably okay.
which one?
It is in there. I printed it out of there.
Oh, that one. Thank you.
So Gary, say that again.
Well, it looks like what OSBA was trying to do reference an AR that had some exemptions from the rules. And I'm just saying that they've been rare for us. And rather than try and foresee all those exemptions and put them in an AR, we could just do the exemptions when they occur.
That's how it's been done because we don't have the current AR in place.
So you're saying adding the AR is not really.
Right, I would go with the option of you don't add the AR and just do an exemption when necessary.
When you do look at the AR, it still says that you have to bring the special procurement to the board. So we're doing it regardless.
So did I do that right? I just deleted the reference to the AR. That bracket,
Yes.
right?
And take out those brackets.
And that would be it for. Unless there are questions.
On that same page.
So we get rid of number 7 now.
AE available, make it say audit available.
Moving on to emergency procedures from our short little break there. In emergency procedures, we're talking about a couple of different policies. I'll let Tommy kind of, I have them queued up here too for you. Andy.
So I think this one should be fairly straightforward and not take up a whole lot of time. So currently there is a EDC policy, which is our emergency procedure plan. And there is not currently an EDCA. So the recommendation is that both of those get deleted, but we only currently have one of those in place. They are recommending that we get rid of EBC and that a new EBC comes to light. And that has to do with, there's just a little bit of change of wording. There's no brackets for us to consider. The main difference in the new one is mention of our district vehicles having the proper equipment in them, which we already do. So that would not be anything new to us. And then the last paragraph on the OSBA model for EBC mentions the number of employees that we're going to need to have per 60 students at each location. So I'm currently doing some work on that right now to figure out exactly how many we have at each location. Be a little bit easier when we're all the way through the hiring process. The year has started, and then we'll have to make sure that we are in tune with how many people we have at each location and have that documented. So that's really the only difference in EBC. I would recommend that we look at the new policy. We're already doing the vehicle work to it. And I can't argue with us having staff that are qualified to handle a situation until first responders can be on location if necessary. The next one, and really the intent behind these emergency procedures update, is the EBCA. And again, we do not currently have an EBCA. The new one has to do with safety threats. So I know EBCB comes before that in the policy here, but I'm going to jump to EBCA. So it has to do with our safety threats and talks about the communication that needs to take place when there's something that happens at our school that essentially puts us into one of two standard response protocols, which would be a secure or a lockdown. So just for kind of quick reference, if there was, say, police activity in the neighborhood somewhere, has nothing to do with the school, our school may go into a secure to make sure everything's safe. Obviously, if we had a dangerous intruder on campus, then we would go into lockdown. But this is more about the communication that we, within 24 hours, that we share out a general description of the issue. The time, how long were we in a secure, is the situation taken care of? What actions has the school or district done to resolve the situation? And so typically our process when there's an issue at the school, and oftentimes they're initiated by police, that will be alerted by the building principal, and it'll be a group communication between Kristen, Tim and I, and then we start planning what needs to happen at the school and then what the level of communication is. And so that will be, again, a coordination between the district principal and the three of us, and that information will be sent out by Kristen. We, for the most part, do that every time. We sometimes have to weigh what law enforcement has shared with us and what we're able to share. And so sometimes there can be a little bit of subjectivity because we might not want to compromise a situation that is currently active. But this EBCA is a required policy for us. And so this is more just making sure that you're aware of a new policy that will be in effect for us. Kristen, anything you wanted to add to that? Not expecting you to, but if I missed anything, you're welcome to. Okay. Mentions down below that communication will be issued to employees, so employees are getting the same message, and sometimes they'll get additional information afterwards. Kind of a need to know basis when we're not violating any confidentiality or privacy requirements. Any questions on that one? Okay, so the other one then is just EBCB. That has to do with our emergency procedure drills and instructions. So Trish, there are going to be a couple brackets in here that we have to take care of. And they're simple ones. First one is in the second paragraph, right before the word tsunami. So we're not in this tsunami zone. So we need to take that section out of there.
Okay.
Okay. And then right below earthquake and tsunami emergencies, keep going down. Yeah, right there. So we would be the first bracket because we conduct and we do that to earthquake drills. We do not need to do the second part of that because we're not in the tsunami zone.
Oops.
Then right above,
Go back up, Trish,
Yeah,
one more to go.
we can delete the one above it too.
right in there, second. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the second half of that, at least 3 drills and earthquakes and tsunami.
The first paragraph underneath.
Keep that.
Sorry, I'm really distracted in this particular policy with so,
Keep the first part there, at least 2 drills on earthquakes shall be conducted each year.
okay,
Get rid of the second half that says at least 3 drills on earthquakes and the tsunami. There you go.
okay,
Can I ask a question about up on the second paragraph at the end, it says emergency procedure shall be conducted for at least 30 minutes each school month. How do they count those 30 minutes?
So they provide a log for each one of the drills that take place each month, and so that gets turned into us. And so
So
Yeah.
each drill has to be 15 minutes.
It
We
could also
have to
be
do
the
2.
classroom instruction
Yeah.
of what to do when.
yeah, so we'll do things like when we do our earthquake drills, before we do the first one, we actually show video and provide instruction on how that's supposed to look when we actually do the drill. There'll be conversations about evacuation procedures and where we're going. And so it's not just the actual drill, but it's the teaching of the procedures that take place.
It's like fire drills, you're actually timing,
Uh-huh.
you're timing it and you don't, like 15 minutes would not be a good,
You know what?
15 minutes would not be a good drill. Like, it's all about getting everybody out fast. But it's at elementary, it's the conversation afterwards, when they get back into their classroom
Okay.
about whatever.
And this
occurred.
is a topic of conversation for our safety committee, because there are times when it could be 15 or 20 minutes over the course of a month rather than 30 minutes. And with the intent to continue educating, that sometimes it will fall short of 30.
And sometimes longer at the beginning of the year.
Mhm.
Shorter.
Yeah, and they can, when we have a dangerous intruder drill, and especially the first one, when you're doing the education part of it, and then the whole process can, and often does.
But we
Take
don't
longer
have,
than
we don't have any flexibility. It says at least 30 minutes each school month.
Correct.
I'm just jealous of every minute.
Then there's one last bracket at the very bottom of that policy. Right there in the gray, the district may provide additional instruction relating to other disasters such as flooding, drought, excessive snowfall, or wildfires.
You want to keep that in or take it out?
My preference would be to take it out. We don't have flooding that happens. I know that we can say that the Southern Oregon, Northern California has had, drought issues, but not where it's affecting school. The excessive snowfall doesn't affect us. We do have some wildfire issues, and not in the sense that we're evacuating schools, but we've got smoke and HVAC
That was
issues.
what I was gonna ask about, because this policy is, more geared towards life or limb type emergencies. But the smoke issue is kind of rising as a problem above certain air quality index levels, like 250, especially for people, whether it's students or staff, that may have some respiratory issues. And I know that, we're implementing something, because I know that at the football games, if the smoke, or in the practices, if it got to a certain level, that they were discontinued.
We do, and we have that for PE, for recess, for lunch. In fact, it just came up today with our summer program that they reached out and we provided documentation of the procedures that we
So
follow through.
where do we address that? I guess I'm wondering if it'd be worth putting that in this.
So we don't per se with kids. We do with administration, front office, coaches, those taking kids on field trips at certain times of year, but there's not any direct instruction for kids on wildfire. Other than what gets shared, because they get frustrated when they can't go outside, and we have those kind of informal conversations.
151 is the air quality index that cancels all outdoor activities.
And those are like those are other places not to have them duplicated in this policy. This is about the instruction.
Policy, yeah.
So it seems to me, this is a May, but if we needed to give instruction on flooding or drought or whatever, we could do that without having to reference this policy. So it's just kind of superfluous.
I agree with that.
I agree.
Just for knowledge, we have AQI sensors on the roofs of a number of our schools. And we had our guy out today, updating them, making sure that all were active, and putting new wireless system up there and whatnot. So we've actually had a couple other districts reach out and ask how we were able to do that. So it gives us a pretty good idea. Especially when Redwood's kind of out on its own out there to have its own, so sometimes they have to make decisions that are different than maybe what having us to do.
What's the website? Where's that at on our website?
Under the, on the safety page.
Nice.
I did capture,
Good job, Jean.
capture that right. Delete that line, correct? Okay.
So are we good with that?
Yeah, so is the smoke stuff just reflected as some kind of internal policy?
Yeah.
Right, as I say, it's like it's an administrative procedure. Just what we
Gotcha.
do.
Their quality of units specified is 117 at the moment.
What's right?
Redwood, not available. Riverside, not available.
Well, he's going around today doing the update.
Allendale and South are at 131 and
He's up
Highland
there
at
right
134.
now. Disconnected.
Being updated.
So just the game is canceled. We're blowing at the air.
So are we ready for our first reading in
Yes. Yes.
August? All good?
Yep.
Fantastic.
Next.
Thank you, Tom.
Who has fingerprinting?
That's me.
Oh, is it Ryan?
Mhm. Yeah. So, policy GCDA / GDDA. Has been. In front of you that an amendment essentially combining the AR with the policy, so they're all together. So what was just a little more than 2 pages becomes just a little more than 5 pages in the policy. What you see added in is are a lot of our present practice, and so couple of the notes there in terms of what has been added. They added a statewide vendor identified by the DAS as an authorized fingerprint collector. And they used to have the option, or in the previous policy, of removing the option for volunteer, or they used to have the option of volunteers appealing to ODE if they did not pass the background check, and that's been removed. They can no longer appeal to Oregon Department of Education as for a fitness determination. So that's again been eliminated. In those 5, the new proposed policy, you see it's just more expansive. It includes student teachers being required, which we've always required student teachers to be fingerprinted before they're allowed placement in our schools. Same with practicum students, so Road Community College students and others that might be having practicums in our schools, they must be fingerprinted. As well as any other contractors who have direct individual contact with students. So anyone that we have options or Project U Plus or any of our other vendors have to be fingerprinted, and that is our present practice.
Do you know who the vendor is and how much it's going to be?
I believe right now, is it between $60 and $75 per unit? Is it $68? That is paid for by the individual.
Under most circumstances.
And there's some, well, if they're employment purposes, they pay. If they're a volunteer and they cannot afford it, then they can appeal for a previous board that wanted to see that take place. And so if they're a volunteer, they have an appeal process to pay for that.
So it's the vendor field print,
Say it again.
the vendor, it's field print, I think, over, and it's what, $12.50 for them to do the process or something like that.
The cheaper, the less expensive one, yeah.
Who, where?
So it's field print, I think it's over the pack and ship over in the Williams Highway Safeway area, all those things. There's a little shipping store over there that you go and get your electronic fingerprints done. You pay them 12 something to do it, and then it's a $68 fee to have them submitted to the state.
So 68 plus 12 plus 8.
I think it's just 68 plus 12, 50-ish or something like that. I'm not 100% sure anymore on the field prep one, but.
They pay the 68 to the district because we get billed for it and they pay that store the $12.50 for the actual process.
Expensive. And we still have our parents that have one-on-one students.
Correct. Yeah, coaches, all coaches, volunteer or. They're all fingerprinted. So, again, it's just essentially, adding the AR to the existing policy. And just a more expansive list of how that's done.
Ryan, do we want to go through the
Mays and
bracketed?
may nots.
The bracketed are the
Sure.
optional
Sure.
components.
Mhm.
What would your
Yeah,
requirements be or recommendations be?
But that's okay.
So-
I don't know. So.
on the requirements for employees, the recommendation would be all. It's all.
So take those brackets off and follow them,
Mhm,
right?
mhm.
Well, there's a chance.
Another bracket
Then we have the,
paid by the district or by the individual.
it's by the individual. And then next, the district, shall not begin the employment of an individual.
Can I ask a question? On that one above, licensure shall be paid by the individual, and then it goes on, there's more bracketed language, and the individual may request the fee to be withheld from the amount. Otherwise, due the individual, the district will withhold this amount only upon request. That would be from their paycheck. Is that what I'm saying?
It would
You don't
have
do
to
that,
be.
right?
No, we don't currently do that.
You want that sentence right there?
Yeah, yeah, and we don't currently do that.
So delete it.
Mhm.
Okay.
We got now district, you already, did you have shall not? Yep, begin the employment. And that's, we shall not begin their employment before the return disposition, and we require criminal record checks.
May or will not.
It's, must be switched.
Prime.
I would say will not, but
Yes, will not. Mhm.
you don't want people with a criminal background actually learning about.
We do not.
Will not,
Mm-hmm.
individual will not be employed by the district, or if employed by the district, may or will be terminated.
Will be.
And then this one,
Fails to disclose the presence of convictions. That will not otherwise be employed. District is provided by law. Will not be employed.
They just throw those little things in there to make us feel like we got some power.
Right.
this one. There's that or this.
We want the most latitude because we do this for all employees.
So we-
So
we
I would
want-
say the or,
Delete this.
yes.
Leave this. Contractors.
Superintendent or designee.
Leave it.
Designee.
Subject will be.
Will be terminated.
Volunteers. Mayor will. No, will not. Right? Will not begin
Begin, yeah.
before. Right?
Correct.
This one, service of a volunteer allowed. Have direct unsupervised.
Will not begin. Before the return.
A volunteer,
That is not likely. Will not be required.
Which one are you on?
a volunteer that is not likely to have direct unsupervised contact with students. Will not,
Number 5,
I'm in
fourth
5,
paragraph.
list of
You do.
all of their.
This is, I believe, what we've had when people do not, they're not alone with kids. These are-
Right, but they
yeah,
still do the minimal volunteer check.
Oh, the
which is a background check,
The one that Danny was referencing is less expensive,
right, yeah, it's like $2.
$2.
So they still do that.
But they don't submit an in-state criminal
criminal
record check.
records check, because that's the more expensive one, right? The
Or is that the cheap?
I thought that one that they submitted isn't in-state one. It's more local. The one with the fingerprinting goes more broad
Anywhere you can have.
there, but the volunteer background check is more.
So it will be
will be.
required.
In that
I
case.
believe Tony's correct.
Good catch.
Good catch, Tanya.
It will be required.
That's just an overnight,
Mhm.
few dollars.
Few
They
days maybe.
silly.
Like that, Tanya?
Yes.
Will result.
Will result in immediate. Yeah.
These,
They'll be paid by the individual.
Got one bracket at the end.
Yeah, there's, yeah.
Just to make it.
Individual.
volunteer who refuses. Will be denied, right?
Mhm.
You go back,
Yeah, we can go back.
I think the district has paid for
Yes,
the volunteer checks. We haven't paid for fingerprinting, but we have paid for them.
right. we
So
did.
which one are we
So
on?
the second one.
That is
Yes.
true, and then sometimes they'd say there could be additional information from another state, and then you would typically have them pay for that one.
Yeah, if it comes up,
Right.
I've never had it.
Danny, you're gonna have to be more clear with me on what's changed.
Fees associated with required non-fingerprinting criminal record checks for volunteers should be paid by the district.
This one right here.
No,
Second line.
second line.
Sentence.
Second line.
So, and that's to Tommy's point, it would say fees associated with required non-fingerprinting criminal record checks in the state of Oregon for volunteers shall be paid by the district, because then if they get, hey, you know, I gotta check Colorado, and you gotta check Maine, you gotta check Alaska, you ask them to pay for those additional checks. 'Cause they have-
You want this in here added without me?
Yeah, I think that's what we actually do. Right, Tommy?
Anything
Oh,
else?
so you should
Requirement
just add
for
that.
others, notification?
Volunteer, their notification.
State checks.
The district will provide written notice about the requirements of fingerprinting, criminal records, checks through means such as staff handbooks, employment applications, contracts, or volunteer forms. So I just take off the brackets and include volunteer. Up above, right after the bolded notification,
first.
So in that paragraph below, there's,
Sorry,
that's good.
thank
No.
you.
We want volunteer, we want it.
Thank you. This one? Keep it,
Yes, keep it.
okay. 3,
Yes.
Yeah, so we want the or.
we want the or.
Want the next or two.
Okay. Five.
Yeah, keep the or. Written or written or electronic. Will result, yes.
Amazing how long this policy is. It's
You want to keep number 7? Yes,
Yes. Will.
And payment of a $5,000 fine.
So can I ask a question on this one?
Yep.
We have had people appeal. And they have been allowed to volunteer. Would they not apply?
Is this on the lying of it, on the false statement or conviction? Yeah, and if I'm thinking of those correctly, Tanya, there's some that misunderstood. They say they misunderstood the question and answered it incorrectly.
Well, we had one time, I think Danny talked to a mother, very involved, in her 30s now, was convicted when she was 18. She had an open beer can in her car, got in trouble, so it comes on her record. So after having a conversation with Danny, she was allowed to.
Right. And we've had those parameters. I think it's essentially no violent offenses, especially anything towards kids, major drug felonies. Right. Yeah.
Tanya, are you saying we need to change
I'm
something?
just asking if may or will, because there are some situations where it's been reviewed and they've been allowed,
Mhm.
so.
Where do you think we need the may? The district may remove? Are you on number 7? Last line, the district may remove the volunteer from the position instead of will.
That if that.
Well,
Something to
the number 7's about making a false statement.
Which is
We're
happening.
talking about somebody who has something on their record, but we'll allow them.
So would it be under number 6?
Well, I think, but what has happened is they did say no, like nothing, and then this
And it
thing
comes
came up, so they did. But they weren't,
And this one
Whatever
law
their
was
reasons
supposedly
were.
expunged, but there was no record of it being expunged. But she did all the work and got all the paperwork to us and it was expunged. So anyways, it was a very in-depth.
I guess she wasn't making a false statement, it just hadn't caught up to her.
Mhm. Yeah, and it would be more along lines of what you're saying, Tanya, number 6, not number 7. Like Gary said, that's more of a statement of how they answered.
No?
Stick with Will.
And that's not for volunteer.
right, that's employee.
Yeah, it's employment or contract. It's not a volunteer. What it says in the. Requirements for others.
Yeah, well, here's our, she says.
Download.
Mhm.
Well, you can say, I mean, you can say, well, people do call and say, how can I fight this? And then we. Tell them how they can fight it, have a conversation. I'm not trying to stop them.
Yeah. You're just being thorough. That's good.
Processing reporting procedures, almost done, just this last set of brackets.
Or contract or voluntary.
See, that other one didn't. Have volunteering on it,
No. And then,
yeah,
Like that.
We could have.
yes. Mhm.
yeah, do it, yeah, we could. Go back to the one that Tanya brought up.
It's not in brackets, the.
Right, but
that's
just
Tanya brought up
roll
on
it.
Number 6.
Volunteer.
On number 7. I brought it.
Right.
So prohibit employment or contract or
Or
volunteer
volunteer.
status, maybe. Maybe immediately terminated. Yeah.
Yeah.
So number 6, an individual determined to have been convicted of any crime that would prohibit employment or contract
Or
or
volunteering.
may be immediately terminated.
That. Satisfied Tanya's.
And I guess we'd also have to finish the sentence to maybe immediately terminated from employment on contract status or volunteer status.
Good.
Period.
I don't think it's a period
Period.
until you come
Oh,
to
it's
the
at all.
end of the. That semicolon business.
Okay, gotcha.
Good on criminal fingerprinting?
Yes.
Tim's got his thumb up. Everybody else good thumb?
Oh, it includes thumbs too, not just four
Debbie?
fingers. It's all, we need.
Fingers,
Single one of them. We print.
Debbie, you're okay?
I guess.
All right.
Gary?
Say half
Oh,
this.
I was looking.
All the fingers, it's a live scan.
Okay. Special education.
Okay. Special education updates are coming from 2 specific Senate bills that were passed. One is Senate Bill 756, which requires classified employees who are assigned to work with students on an eight-year federal work plan to give input into IEPs, including maybe being invited to attend the student's IEP 504 meeting. And the other passage was around a records request. It changed from 45 days, like a public records request, to a 10-day business timeline. So those 2 Senate bills are making the changes to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lots of. Let's go. So we'll start with the first one, which is IGBAF. The legal reference has changed, but also if you pull up the OSBA one, I highlighted the one difference between our current policy and the OSBA one as well.
It's up on the board.
So the sample policy, it just included the language, those who attend a public charter school located in the district. We currently don't have any. However, if one were ever to come in, this would cover them as well, because we are in charge of providing special education to students in charter schools, if we have them in our district. So other than that, the only other changes are the 2 legal references at the bottom that are highlighted in yellow. So my recommendation is to approve the OSBA sample policy. IGBAF. Good? Okay,
Tim, everybody did a thumb? Okay,
Wait for Chad and Nathan. Chad's next.
Nathan's good.
okay. IGBAG. The change, if you look at the sample policy, it includes the access to records, which is that 10, not to exceed 10 business days as defined by the OAR or the ORS, which came from that Senate bill that was passed. That is the whole change. GBAG.
And it always,
And faith, they just spelled out what they meant. It wasn't there before. Free appropriate public education, yep. And then down there, the access to records. So I highlighted in yellow on this policy what's changed from the one we have. You good with that one?
Tim, we're looking for thumbs again. I can't look and do. You've got the thumbs.
We good? Yep.
Yeah.
We're good.
Okay. Our next.
Debbie, you okay?
Aren't you
Yeah.
supposed to capitalize the,
I know.
Which one?
aren't you supposed to capitalize the letters that match the acronym?
so free and appropriate should be capitalized.
Sure, whatever suits you.
Well, I mean, the point of using acronyms.
Yeah,
Is
that's-
to not have to do all the
She got
stuff,
it.
It's all good.
which if they added that, just so people would know what FAPE is, why didn't we do that for IEP?
Good question.
That is on. Yeah.
I mean, there's somebody's style book, they're supposed to spell it out. the first
Which
time.
is the MLA, Chicago, APA, which one are we using?
It really should have gone the other way. Pretty appropriate.
Should there be some kind of definition?
Um. So it tells you in the first paragraph what it is. But when you come to raise qualified individual with disabilities, that's all that is literally a student who has some disabilities.
But why is it different from the other students?
So,
Disabled students?
Okay, so the difference between an IEP and a 504. If you're on a 504, you might only need accommodations in your classroom. Nothing needs to be modified. You're doing the same work that everybody else is doing, but you might need a little more time, or you might need a break sometimes, or you might need to take your test in a different place, but it's the same test everybody else takes.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
No chairperson, I'm just a facilitator. Yes.
Which one are we on?
We are on IGBAA right now.
Oh,
This one we already thumbs up to.
I thought you moved back.
Sorry.
Some of us on this side of the table got.
I was obviously not on the right policy either, so.
I was answering a question from Debbie about the difference between a 504 student and a student on an AEP.
So
IGBAA. 504 students. We want the version 2 is the one I recommend adopting because it most closely matches.
huh? It's not there.
Well, because it's now it's called JBAA.
Thank you.
Sorry, that was my fault.
Yeah, I trying to keep track, sorry.
JBAA.
JB.
Is the old one.
JBAA.
That's why we can't go more than 5
one.
hours.
And you
I
want,
mean, no,
and you
I-
want version 2.
At the 3 hour
Version
mark,
2,
we're getting up
yes.
there, 2.5 hours.
So the 504 one, just so I'm clear, we are deleting our policy IGBAA
Correct.
and going with version
Version
2.
And the only change is literally the legal reference down at the bottom. And that it's in a new section. Instead of being in instruction, it's now under students. So an IEP means you might need specially designed instruction, which changes.
Which is called
Actual-
SDI.
Yeah, the actual way somebody's instructed, something that you might have a modified.
It's also what you call
curriculum,
Star
modified
Wars.
testing.
You're in the
So you're
regular.
not necessarily learning the same thing as the different. Right at the punching time.
Oh, our hero.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow.
Or if you see yours, grab it.
Well, mine's one of
Strawberry, your blackberry.
I'm Blackberry.
So Vanessa, we're good with that whole special ed section?
Just a sec, there's,
Comes iced tea for Gary.
yeah, oh, maybe this one says iced tea. Is yours, is that one? An iced tea with peach wouldn't be one.
That's coffee.
That's not in. Did you get a peach iced tea?
No, I got a peach iced tea.
But maybe this
it
is
was.
his.
No.
I don't think that's it.
Okay.
There's a bit of a splash of cream, and doesn't that one on the end look like it has?
That says
It
like
does look
some
like a special cream. Is that you?
No, looking at you.
Iced tea. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
This,
I'm not Italian soda.
oh, yeah. Fine, yeah.
I was going water through a hose.
Hey, why I need a check.
Tanya ordered the one with
Right, but
cream.
that was
Yeah.
down on the special ed section.
Trish, did you order cream on your Italian soda? So that's Tanya.
You, that would be
Tanya
a
gets
good.
cream.
Dang it.
I was tracking the text
Oh, that's
messages.
right. I'll go get it. I was excited, like, ooh, cream. Yum.
So that is the end of the special education section. Those-
All that for
Well,
those
just-
little changes?
Yeah, because you passed 2 bills, you gotta put legal references in all of them.
So, just so you know, I talked to OSBA yesterday and told them how stupid that law was.
Yeah.
And that
They
they
said,
were,
yeah, they agree.
while they're taking it back to see if they can get a revision, because as it's written, it's anybody who has contact with the student should be invited to
Yeah.
the IEP meeting, and we're saying it should be the educational assistant. That's the intent of the law, because the cook and the custodian, and the bus driver, and the
Playground aide.
playground monitor
Mhm.
don't need to be at the IEP meeting and having us pay them for their time to be there.
But when it was originally passed, it said, limit, like no fiscal impact or something, and then we're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is, there's quite
So-
a fiscal impact if you have to pay people to come to meetings after the hours.
Anyway, the OSEA is suing Bend because Bend is not allowing their people to participate at a level that they think they should be allowed to.
Currently, we get input from people into their IEPs, like we actually get input from the EAs that work with kids. We just haven't been inviting them to the meetings because they need to also be supervising the kids.
For not following this
So-
policy.
Anyway. We're figuring out how that's gonna look in D7 stuff.
we'll find out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fingers it out.
Okay. I think I'm the next one too. Restraint
Yeah,
seclusion.
restraint and seclusion.
All right. Again, there was a Senate Bill 1024 that was passed that impacted the restraint and seclusion and corporal punishment. We don't do corporal punishment, but the change in the policy JGA is adding the language from ORS, the ORS there.
Okay. Oh. You're pasting the wrong message. Did you notice that?
I did not. Yeah,
They're like,
I
what?
I forgot now. I don't know why we're sharing a mouse now. We weren't in the beginning.
No, oh, there we go, yeah, okay.
Okay, I'm taking the mouse back.
Okay, taking it over, okay.
So the first highlighted section is just the information from the ORS. The second bracketed part is optional. I find it odd that it's in here when it's talking about a parent or legal guardian. I don't know why what a parent can do would be in our policy. To me, I find that not to be in line with what a student, what schools can do and what parents can do.
Is it there because of abuse reporting?
Yes, but abuse reporting is a whole other policy. Although we have seen parents come in and
I was
You
saying, if
just
they're,
wanna say
if they're in the
it.
classroom.
Could it be that it's to in some way protect the school when a parent comes in and then we kind of, I mean, when a parent comes in, then we usually step back,
Yeah.
and if the parent chooses to pick up the kid and
Right,
correct.
take them to the
That's
car
what-
in a way that we
Yeah.
could not, I mean.
Yes. So, I mean, the board can kind of make that determination if we want to leave that in there as a parent right. Or it can come out, it's bracketed information.
This is an optional policy we do not have.
No, the policy is not optional, but the bracketed information is optional.
It says the
What is
policy.
optional.
Oh, yeah,
We do have a
We do
corporal
have a policy right
punishment
now.
policy that just needs a couple of revisions. And do
Yeah.
we want this bracket in our revision?
So if we have a school volunteer who's a parent,
oh, yeah, this is why.
but it has to be of that child.
Does it say that?
Yeah, a parent or legal
Of a
guardian
minor
of a minor child,
Not your minor child.
the guardian of
Oh, yep,
a
sorry.
minor child.
I think clarification is helpful on that, so people understand the difference. We have to know who to hand the paddle to.
Well, we're not handing any paddles. Let's be really clear. There
We
are
don't have paddles.
well, but the paragraph before says that none of these people are going to condone the use of corporal punishment by
Right.
any person. But if we have a volunteer who's a parent, the next paragraph is an exception.
So we could keep it in. Basically, it's saying we're not gonna go, hey, yeah, spank your kid. That wouldn't be our job as a school
No.
person to condone whatever they're doing.
But it says may, yeah, so we don't want that.
We're not gonna ask them to do it or condone it, but then the yellow, the second yellow one is, but and
You have. the right
assuming
to
this
do
is
it.
a reasonable, I mean, obviously, we're not gonna let a child be
Abused.
Right.
abused.
Right, and that's in there also.
Right.
Can't be-
But if they're doing something that
I don't think, right, as a parent.
maybe they slap their hand.
Or
We're
physically
not saying it's
beat them up.
okay because it's that child's parent.
So
So,
I think you mentioned that, you have the periods of time in school where people are being picked up. Or dropped off and that sort of thing. And so if somebody witnesses something like that. I think it could be helpful to have that language in there that delineates between the two things.
I'm
So
fine
it
with
can be
keeping it in,
ferreted out.
fine with taking it out.
Like,
Really does.
if you leave it out, you can have a person who's volunteer who uses corporal punishment on their child. And in the last paragraph, they're subject to sanctions and prohibited from volunteering.
Okay, so then let's leave it in. That way we can cover it.
Or you have somebody that's a teacher, administrator, other school personnel, or school volunteer that tries to stop parents from corporal punishment, which is a whole other.
Yeah. The other change is it just deleted the words when and, which I accidentally took out of there that were in there, and it just changes it to
I
word
just
only.
did, sorry.
Yeah, that's perfect, just like that.
Okay,
Are we good with corporal punishment as
Yes.
presented? Okay,
Nice.
Thumbs?
don't do it.
As
Mhm.
written
We're good.
in the law. I
Okay.
agree.
Okay, JGAB. The change to this, first of all, we have no seclusion rooms. I just wanna, you've heard that once, but you'll hear it again in September when I do my restraint and seclusion report. But And the change comes on,
Do we have cardboard?
under the word, or under definitions.
She
Scroll
told me.
down. Scroll down.
says jump, I say, yeah.
That was cool. That was right there.
Keep going.
Not of a minor
Okay.
child, though.
So the big change for this policy is, in the past, we had to name the specific program that we were using to do our restraint seclusion training. This opens it up to say that any program that's been approved by ODE, we can use and we can train. Which is good because we're looking at a supplemental program called UCRU. So this is really good to open it up so that we can, as programs come and go and our best practices, we don't have to come back and change the policy. The other big change, if you go a little lower right there, as a part of the parent record Senate bill that passed, if we have any audio or video recording of a restraint, we must save and be preserved in their original format in case there's a record request for that. So that's also.
How often will we have a video recording of?
I think we had 2 this year, maybe. One at the high school and one on the bus. Harding High School. Town hall. 2. I think we had 2. It's we have very few. A lot of, sometimes our restraints happen to keeping kids from running out into the street, so they'll be outside. You don't necessarily have cameras out there, but hallways. Some of those places we might catch it. Which one? Where are you?
How do we,
Oh,
Are you recommending we keep this appeal process thing?
appeal process. Sorry. This appeal process is represented in, KLAR. That's just our regular appeal process.
So keep this.
Is represented the right word?
That's what OSBA put.
Oh,
Well, it's.
So Vanessa, keeping this optional language.
I would keep the complaint that it would go through the KL process first.
So remove the brackets.
Then Gary had a question.
Go ahead, Gary.
kids that run,
Mhm.
it happens more than apparently I thought could be possible. My understanding is currently we don't really try to restrain them.
Correct. Unless they are an imminent danger to themselves or someone, the law doesn't allow us to restrain. them.
Well, once they run and leave the building, I'm gonna claim they are now in imminent danger.
Could
They're
be.
children.
We
You
have
don't
restraints.
let them leave the building.
Well, sometimes they leave the building.
That's my point. And I'm trying to
Leave-
make
just-
sure.
Leaving a building to a closed parking lot isn't necessarily the danger that leaving the building onto Bridge Street is.
What, you can't get run over in the parking lot?
Could try a little slower. Let's see.
Well, I'm trying to articulate that I want our policy as much as the law will allow. Once the kid tries to exit the building, we stop them. I maintain, once they leave the building doors,
Gary,
all sorts of stuff can happen.
the way I read this, and if this is off base, somebody please correct me, but when it talks about restraint, the definition of restraint says it does not include, and it lists a bunch of things, but it says to interrupt a student's impulsive behavior that threatens the student's immediate safety.
Yeah. we
So if a
block
student
doors.
is trying to run away and it would not necessarily be restraint if we were concerned that they were gonna run off campus and do harm to themselves or somebody else.
Unless you restrict their actions and movements by holding them and using pressure, right? So a restraint, is it okay if I touch you?
May I restrain you?
A restraint is, I mean, you're holding tight, like sometimes you get bruised, you hold so tight, right? Versus I'm blocking a door or I'm blocking kicks with my body. That
Sure.
always happens too. But as soon as you are applying pressure to keep them from leaving, that is a restraint. If you look in definition 1.
So restraint does not include holding a student's hand or
Right.
arm to escort the student safely without the use of force from one area to the other.
Right.
So holding their arm is not restraint, but this,
If they can get out of it, basically, they can get out of whatever hold you're doing, it's not a restraint.
If I got a hold of some kid's arm, he's not getting out.
Then it's
well,
a restraint.
it also
Okay.
Because you're
depends,
applying
it
pressure.
depends
So
on
my
the age of the
point-
child, the size of the child.
Sure. What I'm trying to get to is I want the district to stop letting kids run. My understanding of our current practices is that we are so lenient, we allow these kids to nearly exit campus. Some have exited campus, not okay. So what do we need to say in a policy so that we can stop kids? I'd say from leaving the building, but not entering a parking lot and definitely not leaving campus. So what do we have to say to make that okay and that our District 7 employees understand that they can stop a kid from going that far?
I think the language is pretty much already there in the definition of restraint. It's the way that it's being looked at and interpreted.
Well, that could be, but essentially Vanessa's interpretation of my stopping the kid is that I restrained them, which is not okay.
Well, it can be if the student is running towards the parking lot, you can restrain them.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Okay.
And
if they're running,
mostly
if they're
we
running
use-
towards the playground,
It's not,
right? Right.
you're gonna let them go.
Don't let them get on that swing.
Mostly, Gary, what we do is we use our bodies to block doors. Right? We like put a physical presence in and try to redirect them to another spot. If they start attacking us, then we'll restrain them as well.
But we have had kids leave campus.
Sure.
So maybe it has nothing to do with policy. Maybe I'm just talking to the administrators here. We need to change the mindset. As one board member, not okay to let kids leave campus. You need to restrain them.
I can think of a situation last year, we did not, I just, semantics is big deal to me. We didn't let him leave. He left. We followed him on foot, tried to keep up with him as best we could. We were not able to get our hands on him. We were in constant contact with the police, the school, trying to get him into a safe place. But he was off campus and we were after him. We didn't let him get there. He just got there.
So he should be on the track team.
Absolutely.
He's a pretty big kid. Could cause some
Okay.
real physical damage to the employees who were after him. So I think we do our best not to let them leave campus. We never let a kid leave campus.
Okay,
Let them.
we will, under this policy, our district employees will restrain kids from leaving campus.
If it is an
If we
imminent danger to themselves or others.
No,
Every,
period.
But that's what the law
But that's what
says.
the law says.
You said within the law, that's exactly what the law says.
Yes, and I'm saying leaving campus
Is
is
danger to self.
And so if you need
We didn't
me
know
to
what
put
he
in
was
a
gonna do. He
policy
just did it.
that leaving
We
campus
don't let him do it.
is defined as imminent danger, we can do that.
and
In principle, we're aligned. I just don't know how that I don't know how that would fall legally.
Well, let's just write it that way. You guys can review it.
What'd you say?
I said, if we restrain outside of the law, it could actually be a child abuse filing.
If you don't attempt to stop them from leaving and something happens to them, that can open us up to legal jeopardy as well. And so I mean, to Gary's point, every situation is gonna be dependent, and there's gonna have to be discretion and the right thing done for the situation, but the size of the student is gonna matter a lot. If it's a child and they're trying to run it somewhere that we deem that they're gonna be hurt, I would hope that we restrain them every time.
Sure.
If it's an older kid, depending on the situation, maybe a junior or senior, and trying to restrain them would escalate the situation, then at least our policies are in place, and verbally we are asking for compliance so that we show that we've done everything we can to restrain that student so that they don't leave, and then parental notification. It seems like would keep us on pretty good grounds as far as legal jeopardy with something like that.
Well, so restraint, go up to, what is this, 2.5?
But if we're turning, I don't know, Gary, if you're going to this, but if we're looking the other way and kids are leaving and we're not making an attempt and something happens to that child, that could be a problem.
Right,
And I think
we're in a rock and a hard place. We talk about this a
Right.
lot.
Sure.
Because
Farther
it's
up.
becoming so much more prevalent.
Above definitions.
But one way to protect ourselves
So right
is
there.
making sure it's clear. in
So you got a
policy
1
and
and a
verbal.
2, less
Compliance
restrictive
requests.
interventions. I'm just saying make a 3 that says
That's about seclusion though, Gary. right?
restraint.
Oh, you're up on the restraint one, okay. And we have a bracket we have to fix too.
So number 3. Add a number 3 that says. A student leaving campus is defined as imminent danger to the student. And that
I'm
way
gonna
it's-
push back and say it's not always.
You could say may.
May
May.
constitute imminent danger.
No,
Because a
We're gonna
senior
def-
walking down the
we're gonna
sidewalk is not
define
the same
that.
as a 5-year-old walking out to a busy street.
What
They
is our
left
current-
campus.
What is our?
We're in charge of that child. The parents gave them to
I
us.
believe, I'm aligned with you on that.
Okay, once they leave campus, they're not under our control. They're in imminent danger. We're gonna define it that way. And feel free
Send it.
to have the attorney check it out.
Yeah, I wouldn't feel comfortable adding it that way. But we can
But it
definitely.
makes
check
it
with the
really
attorney.
clear for our employees.
Can we write yourself a note to ask Spencer on how the words what Gary's asking? So that we can present that to the board.
And I can also check with Joel.
Yes. So Spencer is Spencer Lewis of OSBA and Joel is Joel Hungerford of Hungerford Law Firm. That folks reference there.
What is our current policy and expectation or agreements with students? The students, are they told they have to be on campus? And they're not supposed to be walking down to buy stuff from that little store down the road?
No,
What grade level are we talking about?
sophomore through junior,
High school.
senior, you can walk to Pinnacle and.
That's what I'm
lunchtime
asking.
But
Yeah,
you
but
gotta tackle all the freshmen that they start to leave.
So sophomore
Restraint.
through senior, it's okay for them to walk off campus
At
Correct.
lunch.
At lunch.
at lunchtime. Okay, but not the freshmen.
Or if they have a,
If you restrain a
Non-scheduled.
freshman, that's not gonna work out.
But Gary, are you saying?
And you can even go
I'm
down to
trying
8th grade or
understand,
7th grade at some point.
You know, how you,
Campus,
uh,
leaving, go somewhere.
what scope you're looking for there.
I'm trying to make the line very clear so our employees are comfortable. That when a student's trying to take off, that they
Right.
can use restraint.
from freshmen down
And we
or
do.
all students?
I guess that's where I'm.
I think that's where I'm confused too, is when they leave and are in imminent
Not the way
danger,
he's saying it.
we can restrain them, and we have restrained them. Typically, that would be our smaller students that don't comply as quickly, like we've had a few kindergartners this year that had to be restrained because they were heading out towards a busy street, or they snuck out a side door before an adult could get to them. So we already do that when we need to for imminent danger.
Okay,
I think some of the concerns that some staff may be sharing is that when that the law changed and there used to be it used to be that you could take a child, physically help them walk to the correct place that you wanted to go, I mean, we were never able to, you're never picking a kid up and throwing it over your shoulder. I mean, but you could be a little bit more physical with children, and then the law changed and we're not allowed to do much physically with children. And not debating whether that's good or bad or right or wrong, it just is what it is, the law changed, and so there is a lot more.
Scrutiny,
What?
a lot more scrutiny on any action.
Correct, and so it's not the way it used to be, and I hear from staff a lot about that. But it doesn't mean that we're not
Last iteration.
doing everything that we feel we legally can do. And so you leaving the building, if they're leaving toward a busy road, we're gonna do everything we can, including physically restraining them to not allow that to happen. If they're leaving toward the playground, we're gonna err on the side of keeping our eyes on them and letting them go, because it's how currently we're defining imminent danger. We don't feel like that would pass the test of an imminent danger. So again, I'm not saying one's right or wrong. I think it's more about the depth, what we are legally able to do. So, but it sounds like we're gonna check it out.
Yeah, well, and there's quite a bit of language here right now that helps us get to that. We're allowed to reasonably provide intervention with minimal exertion, but it describes that as holding hand or arm is okay, and it's not considered restraint. To break up a physical fight, to interrupt students' impulsive behavior that threatens the student's immediate safety, including running in front of a vehicle or climbing on unsafe structures or objects, or effectively protect oneself or another from assault, injury, or sexual contact with minimum physical contact necessary for protection.
Some impulsive behavior.
Like there've been times that
Yeah.
little person has
Running.
climbed up on a
Yeah.
bookshelf that's tearing, and
so
we're
we
gonna
can-
grab them and put them
We
down.
can currently grab arms. You can grab arms and hands.
With impulsive.
So I guess the question is, we're doing that? It sounds like
Yeah,
we
Yes.
are.
yes.
I do think that people are doing it maybe even less than they could.
Because they're afraid.
so
Let's make them not afraid. That's what Gary's saying.
cognitively, if I have to evaluate, is the child in imminent danger, that takes some amount of time. Which means the kid's farther away before you've decided I should have used restraint. So trying to make it easier for employees, what do they call that? The line in the sand. And I'm saying leaving campus is a lie. You should use restraint if they're gonna leave the campus. All the other things still apply. But nobody has to think about it if the kid is exiting campus.
And I think what I'm hearing,
Restraint.
define campus. I've heard building. I've heard leading towards the playground. I guess it's fenced. But is that leaving campus? Or is it headed towards the parking lot, leaving campus?
With the campus boundary line on the road.
We've had a couple kids that walk out and sit under a tree. They're like, well, they're not in danger, they're sitting down under a tree, but they're not inside the building. Technically, by law, I would not be able to restrain them. Because they're not in imminent danger sitting under a tree in front of the school.
And I think even if you gave the words to the staff,
Regulate, yeah.
staff training is going to kick in and they're going to say, what does imminent danger mean? I know you put it in policy for them. But it's their license on the line. And your policy words won't change the fact that it's their license on the line,
That's correct.
right? So I'm not sure it's going to do what you hoped it would do. But I think it will be helpful if we got Joel to weigh in and Spencer to weigh in and see how we can reach the goal that you've set for us.
But is-
of
And they
much
take-
better parameter.
If,
Or adult staff that are trained in restraint take 6 to 8 hours of training a year. To learn how to do it safely, when to do it, how to do it, when not to do it. So the automaticity of it, the more they're trained, the more automatic it becomes. So that split-second decision isn't lagging like you might think it would be.
but Tim, if there's board policy or language that's deemed to be legal and ethical. And it's in policy, would it? And the staff are following it, would it really be putting their licenses on the line?
Not if it's found to be legal.
Right.
So
Right.
just, which is why we want to run it by Joel and Spencer and make sure
Right.
what we're coming up with would be
Right.
meet Gary's intent.
I guess what I'm pointing out is, if Gary with his language he wants to put it in as legal. And the staff should rest assured that their licenses will not be on the line.
Correct.
If they follow board policy. It's legal.
Trish, underneath seclusion,
Does
number
that work for
2,
you?
Yeah.
there's a place where there's a bracketed thing about volunteer. If restrained.
It's just like.
Right above definitions, keep going down. I mean, right above, yeah, right up there, where it says due to the unforeseeable nature. I would say we take out volunteer. And make it very, very clear that our volunteers should not be putting hands on students for any reason.
Because they haven't had the training.
They haven't had the training, nor licensure, nor,
Agreed.
As per the other policy, unless it's your own kid.
unless it's your own kid, yeah.
So,
So I would say, if there's change used in the case of emergency, when trained staff are immediately able to the unforeseen nature. Example, we don't train volunteers in restraint. So I don't want that to be in the policy.
okay, yeah, pick it up.
Okay,
But you're gonna follow up on,
yep, on
we're
number
not
3,
necessarily bringing JGAB forward
correct,
at the next, until you get some more information.
correct. We'll bring it back to the next
Yeah.
policy.
Is there?
And we already did.
Good on, good on that?
We already did. Then we did. Oh, no.
Can we move on to sexual harassment?
Sure.
I knew that.
On once. Yeah. So. House Bill 2280. Went through the Oregon legislature last year in 2023. And it modified the definition of sexual harassment in terms of affecting schools. So there's some revisions here. Some of the revisions are changing the meaning of assault within the sexual harassment context. And a section is added to describe the meaning of what without consent, quote unquote, is. Which was added in the law, that new definition added in the law. Another piece that they want to make sure of is that we update our who to contact. And presently the name was Danny. It needs to be me unless Danny wants to keep it on. He's free to investigate this if he wants to. So we could put both our names in. Anyway, so that needs to be updated as well. A lot of the additions are really footnotes. There were 11 footnotes in the old policy. There are 19 footnotes in the new policy. And so that's really, that is a lot of the changes, not all, but a lot of the changes. They include, and as you can see, it's a longer policy too, 8 pages. They are pretty explicit in terms of just some of the procedures, and I don't think that's a bad thing. It's to make sure that if you have videotape, that you review that videotape. That you've interviewed all affected parties. That you have reviewed any written communications, any physical evidence. You may perhaps use a third-party investigator if needed. So there's just a lot of those kinds of procedural pieces that I think, even though it makes the policy a long one, are not a bad thing. I mentioned that it modified the definition of assault. If you look at the OSBA model sample policy on page 2.2-8, the very top of the page to 2-8, you'll see.
Sorry.
It's okay.
We go from 2 to. This is OSBA policy, which is 10 pages, and the district policy is 8 pages.
Yeah.
So you're probably looking at. No. Are you on the OSBA?
I am on the OSBA model sample policy.
Okay, that's what I'm on.
Okay. Although mine, it
No,
says
it's-
JBA/GBN, not
Yeah.
GBN/JBA.
Correct.
Mike just suggested twice.
It is.
It's the exact same.
No,
Same policy.
different sections of the policy.
The last one in your binder.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I'm on the district.
Ron, mine got such big policies.
The big problems, big issues. I'd love just one page.
So we're on JBA/GBN,
Same policy.
OSBA.
OSBA model policy JBA/GBN.
My staff.
Other way, yeah, that one's 2-9.
So it lives in both places. The J version is because it applies to students and the G version is because it's staff.
But they're both exactly the same.
Oh, this. Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
And actually, while what Trish has up that portion there that's highlighted without consent, we can just review that.
What page? 2 of 9?
2.
2
Yeah, mine's
That says
2.8, but Trish's 2.9.
What's extra on that?
All right, 2A, good. Okay.
It's the same.
I don't know why that's different. That's the
Yeah,
same language. Goes from 1.9 to 1, yeah, I don't know.
So Matt, can you leave it right there, Trish?
Yeah,
Okay, so the part you see in red, which is on the screen, which is blue on my piece of paper.
So you the number 2.
Talks about, so it formerly had assault when sexual contact occurs without, and then you see all those examples that have a strike through, the students, the staff members, or third parties, etc. The recommendation there is assault when sexual contact occurs without consent. It's just actually minimizes.
Simplifies it.
It just simplifies it, exactly. So that's one change. If you scroll down,
Hang on.
go.
It didn't. It expanded it by use of the footnote.
Yes.
Put all
True,
that stuff. in the
True,
footnote.
Gary. Yep, you're right. It's all
So I took
footnotes.
it out of the policy and put it in the footnote, but it didn't change anything?
Just gives the definition.
yeah,
of what is without consent.
The love of OSBA.
The legislators.
if you scroll down towards the bottom, you'll see some of those footnotes. And then number 4 footnote defines that without consent piece. It just means an act performed without the knowing, voluntary and clear agreement by all parties to participate in the specific act, or when a person who is a party to the act is incapacitated by drugs or alcohol, unconscious, or pressured through physical force, coercion, or explicit or implied threats to participate in the act. So that is a new definition that was added by the legislature that's reflected in this policy. And then, as Gary stated, number 5 just has the statutory definition for sexual harassment, which includes separate definitions with slightly different language for students, staff members, and third parties. And it cites the OAR that comes from. And as it states there too, if the district would like to include the full statutory definition, it can do so. We're required to.
Just for clarification, my understanding is that when OSBA uses these brackets, these braces is what they're called. They're doing that for your edification,
Right.
not to necessarily put in policy, but so that you understand the why. And then they recommend it's not recommended to include it in the final document. But anything with those kind of braces is meant to inform us, but not adopt per se. So for the love of OSBA is to educate us. It's not to drive us crazy.
So as an
But
example,
there we are on Crazy Street.
so Trish, as an example, everything inside of those braces would be taken out. in the final
Correct.
version. Okay.
That's what they would recommend.
Okay.
Is there something on the first page that bumps us down this amount to make 2.9?
Yeah,
That's the only spot that would make any sense to have something extra, right?
yeah, I can't figure that out either. 19.
Ours says 2.8.
Oh,
She's showing.
Three nine.
Everything's bumped down by like a paragraph. I didn't know if there was something on that first page that was making it.
I don't see it.
Put it into Google Docs.
That one was.
If anybody could remember the ADA version, the ADA.
Are there other changes in this?
Again, mainly it's footnotes, because it went from 11 footnotes to 19.
Oh, right. Yeah. So on this, number 2 is not on page 1.
Right, no, that's what I was saying, everything's bumped down. I was just trying to
They're
find out.
immediately, any student or staff.
Yeah, so there's some bracket
Comfortable,
that we need
because I
to,
moved it from a Word document into a Google, and I think Google just,
Okay.
So on,
Yeah. It's what it printed, this is how it's printed.
so on page 3.
we're on page 3, yeah.
Okay.
So we,
Still, page 2,
which is our 3-8.
3-8 in your book. Second paragraph at the top.
yeah.
So
I need a word.
You're right there. You've got it. It's in the middle of your page.
you're right there. You're good.
We're looking at the bracket immediately. There you go.
So that bracket immediately, just to read the proceeding, any student or staff member who feels they are a victim of sexual harassment are encouraged to either immediately or not, just report their concerns to district officials. This includes officials such as principal, compliance officer, superintendent.
Well, immediately is more helpful, but
But also.
it's also hard to do.
It is, and that's what I wondered what the group's thoughts were, because of course we always want immediately, but some people aren't ready to report always either.
Well, we just encouraged.
Encouraged
I
to.
think it's okay.
as soon as possible,
There you go. Well, as soon as they feel safe to do so, whenever that might be.
or encouraged to report their concerns as soon as possible. That gives them a
Encouraged.
little bit more leeway than immediately.
It might be 2 weeks for them to feel comfortable.
What did we say at the beginning? Ryan, was it Tim or Ryan that said? I mean, somebody had good words.
Yeah. What did you say, Danny? You said something too. I like the encouraged. because it is very helpful to have it reported as immediate as possible, but again, sometimes it
Sometimes you
takes,
don't feel safe.
yep.
Well,
Shall
I think it's okay, we just say before.
they violate this policy, shall report as soon as reasonably possible? With district official?
Now that's any staff member who becomes aware, they have.
They
to
should
do
do that.
it. They have to do it
Oh.
immediately.
Right.
The
Good
victim,
point. That's
that's
different.
different.
That's different, yep,
Right.
good point.
Okay,
But would it be important to encourage the students to also report to their parent or guardian? If they're the victim of
That's a
sexual
staff
harassment?
member. Student is protected.
At the bottom there.
You want it first, second, where you want to put it?
well,
This is a school
This is a
school
but
policy.
it's a school policy, not a family policy, that's all.
That's what I'm suggesting.
It really hurts.
Times
it.
it
It doesn't
takes a
hurt.
while.
Mhm.
Doesn't. I
For some
So, but
some
yeah,
big ones
so what
that
you're
is-
doing there though is
Control.
you're having
It's
a
not
parent
fair.
or guardian and promptly notify an appropriate district official. Which you hope they do, but that's not, you're not dictating that like you are. The teacher,
Okay.
counselor, school nurse.
No, that's a different.
I have
It's
a-
just a suite of options. and
Mhm.
They'll go to
Fair enough.
whoever they need to,
Mhm.
where they feel safest.
And it's not uncommon for at the secondary level that a parent may accompany a student coming in to say, we need to make a report, so.
Yeah, you would hope.
Mhm.
But just reporting it to the parent guardian isn't gonna necessarily have any action on the
Right.
district's part, right?
No.
So
But it's
this
a-
is talking about the response, our response when we're told about something.
Yeah,
So
and I think it says it at the end, though, students may also report concerns to a parent guardian who will promptly notify the
Right.
appropriate district official.
So. Good luck, you can't enforce parents.
Yeah, I mean,
Right, but
Yeah.
on the previous page, did we, my 2A, is there second paragraph down? Examples.
on the top of the, from the top of the page,
We haven't done that. We
Oh,
need to
the
Go back.
bracket.
Back up the top, shall we? So this is a required policy, and what you're trying to do right now is go through the optional bracketed lines, right?
Right.
Mhm.
So we're gonna remove all these braces because they are just referring to things down here, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. General procedures.
Okay, mine look.
And there's our first option, right?
Again.
Example. Right, from limited to, the bracket starts there and ends at the end of the paragraph.
Displaying or distributing. Of. Oh, displaying or distributing of sexually explicit drawings, pictures, or written materials.
So we're keeping.
I don't know that it
bracket-
hurts, I don't think it's a bad thing to include those.
Like that,
Mhm.
okay?
We can later put my name and all that in there.
Are we doing two or just one?
I don't know, Danny, you wanna be on there again?
That's fine.
Okay, so we'll put both of us.
Reports, claims,
Oh, I see it.
which be one male, one female.
Oh, that is a good point. Yeah. So I nominate Susan to be the female.
Sounds good. I second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Does that
Everybody,
mean
Motion
they get to
carries.
do the Title IX training? We don't have to do that now? All the Title IX stuff, investigation stuff we had to do, they get to do now?
I think so.
you big bus, you just got ran right over.
I gotta know.
Just think,
Just-
Susan, you
Susan works.
literally are in a board policy, Susan. How does that make you feel?
Apparently I'm not.
I'm not gonna
She
say
stays
that.
it's almost.
I'm not gonna say.
Actually, the part about one male, one female is a really good idea. Should actually say that up, just so that
people feel
In the
comfortable.
in the future, people understand we're trying to keep that.
It was Ryan and that was Susan.
Right.
It wasn't just because it was Ryan. and Susan.
Mhm. That's good.
You know. And then you just walk in and you give it to Ryan, and say, it was reported to me.
Not what will happen.
Think you can keep
Bring it up.
these individuals are.
Bring it up.
I was just talking to my friend Susan here.
So what's that mean for the Title IX training?
What's that? It'll take but a few minutes.
No, it doesn't. It, for a ton of things.
Title IX training?
It took days.
Days.
It took days for Danny and I to get trained. It is a.
So do we already have someone trained for it?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to get out of it. I'm just saying, so does that mean now I need to do all that?
Yes,
Then Danny.
and so does Ryan.
Then Danny trained.
Just saying.
Danny,
We can talk about the people
I
later.
think we're going August to Salem.
What's that?
That added cost.
It's
to
a,
the district
it's a
as well.
webinar.
Additional.
It's a, it's a
That's
webinar
nice.
series.
Cost in your.
And it sounds like a great opportunity.
I'm not trying to get out of it. I'm just,
Learner.
I'm just clarifying that involves that.
We'll come back to that. Investigation, this is in our current policy, so I'm just gonna remove the brackets there. The district will use.
This was worded. Yeah. Weirdly worded.
Whatever.
You say, I can see a reasonable standard, I can put a reasonable person standard.
This is a reasonable person standard.
Meaning it's.
That's better.
Yeah.
Oh,
Person
you're a
standard.
reasonable person would, that's right,
Yeah.
yeah, a reasonable person would believe.
Maybe it's in quotes.
Okay, I eliminates me from being in the investigative.
Keeping that one,
That's just to define a reasonable person, I think, yeah.
keeping all the discipline stuff, this is in our current policy. When removing, keeping all that. No retaliation,
Correct.
nothing up, no differences there. The written notification must include.
Information about the internal complaint is available for the school or district that the.
Well, Danny and I have done that, we've done all of that information. Information. Where are we? Oh, we just did person before. Person is all right there.
I got lost on yours.
Sorry.
So. I certainly should have a different color.
Okay. Notice.
Trish, how do you 19 of the?
I think, tell me,
Numbers you see somewhere.
18, 17.
From the district.
Oh, we're on the
It's Google. I'm gonna blame Google.
oh, yeah, because it's not on our.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Written notification must include. Next section, the notice must be. Oregon Department of Ed support.
Do you want?
We've had that in our current policy. I'll leave
All the
it.
support I can.
All the supports.
Mhm.
Federal definitions.
So and training upon.
We gotta fix all the
See,
numbering.
Susan, she's covered.
Ryan, turn to 3 of 8. Footnote at the bottom. Let's be letting us know there's conflict between Oregon law and Title IX.
Okay, you said 3 of 8.
Is that so, footnote, what are you talking about?
It's a brace.
Which we strongly recommend the board receive input prior to adopting. Headlines definition of sexual harassment.
Where is this?
You're,
We just want to make sure we.
Oh, you on, I'm on, the,
you're on the other one.
yeah. Oh, there it is, sorry. Okay, there it is. Strongly recommends that the board receive input from this administration prior to adopting a standard here.
I'm gonna just
Yeah.
check in with OSBA and find out what the
Ask them.
conflict is between Oregon law and Title IX.
The two.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll come back to that.
We're working.
Are you looking for the food? Fridge?
No, I just, I had to take a break. You know, people are milling, so I thought maybe we were on an official break.
Yeah,
Okay,
we're only halfway through.
the policy
Is that
or the book?
policy?
Push it's 5700. And then Susan's extension is 00116.
We'll get that in, not even ready.
I'm like, wait a minute. That's Jamie's.
Okay,
Two, that's fine.
I'm just trying to, I'm.
Yeah.
Going off of what it looks like currently in our policy. Response. We're gonna have to review this, to make sure we caught it all, but. Notice. Inquiries, that's in our current policy. No retaliation in our current policy, and look, FERPA, all in caps.
And they did it right.
And then publication.
Already got brackets.
Prominently on this,
District.
I keep.
Oh,
it's on the school handbook.
correct. And the district website.
And then above that, yeah, there you go. I would say, and. keep it.
We'll go through that again, just to make sure we cut, but JBA. You wanna do a thumbs up and a,
With the,
Yeah. We okay on this?
with the things, the checking. everything.
I feel that one more close bracket in the 100 title.
Okay.
Coordinator.
okey dokey,
What's that?
okey dokey,
Okey dokey, we're good.
Look back and let people know.
okay. Reporting child abuse, wanna try to get one more done before we take a break? Although I think people have been taking a break.
We can do more. We can do it. We can do it.
Do we want to take a break to 3:30? Or do we want to just plow through?
You'll take a break. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so yes, we'll go till 3:50, take a break and start at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay, the child abuse, back to me, I get the balloons too. Senate Bill 231 changed the process for how the state receives child abuse reports. Through a centralized location now, instead of calling your local DHS office, there's a state hotline. And it's changing all these policies to reflect the change in that, the way that Senate bill reads. It's my recommendation that if you look at BBF first,
Our policy or
look at the OSBA sample policy BBF
version 1 or 2?
version 1. Most clearly aligns with our current policy. If you go down to the bottom of it, it just takes out takes out the words local. It's an immediate report to the DHS line or to our law enforcement within the county. So we have a hotline number that we call that goes to DHS. They cross-report with local law enforcement.
And this is specific to school board members.
This particular one is you, yes, the school board members, if you know of abuse, remember you are mandatory reporters now that you're on the board. And this is how you contact or your process for if you need to report child abuse.
That's in all areas of our life.
Correct. It doesn't,
Regarding,
correct.
not at the office.
Just like teachers, you're never off the clock for mandatory reporting.
And if you ever need help, feel
Well,
free to give me a call and we'll get some support.
we have a form that helps you through the process as well. So I recommend that you adopt policy version 1. Thumbs. Okay.
Gary,
Barry, Nathan, we're okay? Yep.
next.
BBFC. Just remind you that you are the mandatory reporter. And it aligns the process again on how you make your report. You don't have to have it. We do have it currently as a policy.
Is it optional?
It is optional, but we already have it, so I would recommend adopting the updated version of it.
Yes. Thumbs.
So I did have a question on the model policy,
Okay.
BBFC.
Okay,
Which one?
BBFC,
So it used to be shall contain, now it's going to
BBFC.
must contain,
if no,
if no, okay. So there again, if something came up, I might want to contact the school anyway to see if I can get a name and address, then.
Yeah.
Parents, etc.
correct.
Right.
When I-
Finally,
Why do we need BBFC?
It's an optional policy, but we currently have it in place.
But I think we should ditch it, given the additions made to BBF.
Let me make sure that it talks about mandatory reporting. That's in the bottom. So we could delete BBFC. Because it is referenced, we might have to do a little combining.
ORS 419B.015 is not on BBF.
Yeah, it is.
Very last.
Yeah, right down here. On that one.
It's on,
1.5.
it's on the one we want to delete, but it's not on the one that we're keeping.
015.
Here's the policy she's talking about. It doesn't reference that ORS that is in this one, right? Debbie? That's what-
There's a,
She has one of them.
actually,
It looks like it just got deleted. The 5 got cut off.
On the bottom,
Yeah,
are we talking legal references in the policy or at the
yeah,
bottom?
right there.
Oh, I think, yeah,
It looked like the 5.
I
just got
think if
deleted
you go
from that
back
last
to this
one.
one, I think it's right here, it just somehow isn't. On that.
Well, how about- about this 107.332.
Have to look up what those are.
But anyway, there's some,
Differences.
but I have questions about the ORSs. If we delete policy BBFC that are not on BBF. And I guess we don't need
I guess
to
it's
take
optional,
time
though.
here, but
Yeah, I can do some research and
But yeah.
see what those are, yeah. We have BBFC currently. So it's not going to change what we're already doing. if
Yeah,
we-
yeah, but
if
I'm
we-
just saying, if we decide to
Yep.
delete this, we want to make sure we've got the stuff in BBF.
And you should go ahead and do any combining thing you think is necessary. And present it next time.
I got one question about, so, the legal standard for reporting is reasonable cause, so if you have reasonable cause, you must report a potential child abuse or abuser. Is the definition of reasonable cause in this? Is it referenced in this? Do we know? No, we got a lot of URSs. I haven't looked them all up to see. But it's one of the questions that comes up the most is, well, what does that mean to have reasonable cause? What is child abuse and what isn't? And, I think if we don't have it referenced, it's probably good to have the legal definition of what reasonable cause is, and then the least if we're if there needs to be more training on that, it probably wouldn't hurt to go over that.
Well, we have our, as a part of all of our safe schools.
Yeah, we do.
It's,
You
we
have to
have to
take
go
it.
through the train, you have to go through it too. The training of it that explains what that is.
That's Tommy that can.
Do the board members have to go through training?
Yes,
Yeah.
they have to do it, so.
It's not all the same ones, but.
Yeah.
You don't have to do asbestos.
Yeah,
Unless they go to Allendale.
does anybody know the?
It's the same as the,
reasonable cause? We've all
whatever
been through
you are,
training.
whatever you believe is reasonable, your
Yeah.
own personal person,
Cause it's not our job to decide. It's
Correct.
our job to report.
and then other people investigate.
Well, the actual legal definition is in the context of reporting child abuse or other legal matters, having reasonable cause means that an individual possesses enough information, evidence, or observations to lead a reasonable and prudent person to believe that a particular situation warrants attention or investigation.
Yes. My knowledge
You have,
of the.
you have to have some evidence. It isn't just a feeling.
Right.
Well,
It's just
absolutely.
a reasonable cause.
That's how what the training walks you through.
Right.
The reason I bring that up is because, I have to go through this. for work,
Monopolizing
just
the
for the board
basket here.
staff too, and we had to update some policies because there was an awful lot of reporting going on. When DHS was saying, wait a minute, that isn't abuse, and,
Do you guys have to take training?
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're around kids, families,
Yeah.
and stuff
Yeah.
like that. Anyway, I was just curious if people knew what the definition was, because it's kind of important to know what it actually is, and that it does require some level of having some evidence. And if you think you do, then you have to report it.
Yep.
Correct.
All right. JBNAB slash JGBNAB/JHFE.
Could you say that again?
JBNAB slash
I'm kidding.
JHFE. Again, this, the big changes in here are around how it is reported. Instead of our local law enforcement, it's to the hotline. It's just the same, but it's the staff instead of the school board. Oh, the only one, we have some bracketed information on the last paragraph or paragraph above the last paragraph. And also the human resource director needed to be called out for.
You troublemaker?
So you want the,
It just, it says you have to insert the administrator position title, so I just wrote in human resource director there, because that's where it was in our other policy.
gotcha.
So if the superintendent's abusing somebody, they have to talk to the human resource director.
Okay, was there another thing? you-
Yes, on the last.
Then what?
Then
it's.
What if I recalculate?
Then it's the word.
Okay, so this last, or second to the last paragraph talks about electronic communication. And the last last sentence says texting or electronically communicating with students through contact information gained as a contractor, agent, or volunteer for the district is.
Discouraged.
So I saw this and, you know, I haven't done this the past several years, but I was an Aspire volunteer. And we were encouraged to communicate with our students by text to confirm appointments, to discuss stuff in the Career Center. And I don't know if that's still a practice,
Wonder
but
if that was before Parent Square.
what that? It was before.
I
Parent
wonder if
Square.
it was before Parent Square, because we encourage all communication now to go through Parent Square.
And so is that an allowed under this sentence?
This one is, you're obtaining their information because of your role, like you're getting their phone number off of Power School, or you're getting their number off of what this is. That's what that sentence is about, is like, how, we don't want them to be going in and getting student information and then texting them on the side.
Yeah.
It's prohibited, right?
Given to you.
Right, that's different. If you're part of
You can't look
if
it up
you're
on
a
the
coach
list.
and you have a Parent Square group and it's all your students
Yeah.
and you're sending messages, that's different than.
Then looking it up online and taking.
So do we
it off.
say strongly discouraged or prohibited?
Are you gained, are you a contractor if you're a coach that is not a district employee? Because we,
I don't know.
and that's what part of
This
it.
was the one sentence where I was like.
Prohibited.
I worry about that too.
There's a lot of apps now that coaches use to communicate with their team, make things a lot easier. I guess it depends on how much you specify that contact information gained as a contractor, what that means exactly, but technically electronic communication probably happens very, very often. Where the information comes from.
But it's giving
through
the
contact
information to the coach, that's different than the coach going in and getting that contact information.
Because the
Is that what
second
you're
half of
saying?
that says with the student contact, through contact information gained. You as a coach, do you get like a roster with their personal cell phones on them?
So the organization.
I guess we've got.
Typically do.
appropriate
Mhm.
And directed.
Mhm.
I'm
by
gonna say this
the
whole paragraph should be gone. This is a policy related to suspected abuse of a child reporting requirements. And everything up to the paragraph just above it is talking about that.
I think this is part of the grooming process that some people use to perpetrate child abuse.
Well, but it doesn't say anything about that, and it specifically says in that paragraph above that you also highlighted that we're gonna have a policy related to electronic communication, so rather than trying to say stuff about electronic communication here, it should be in the electronic communication policy. Which I'm assuming is a lot more detailed than this one paragraph.
We need to verify. But I would think you're right.
We can check on that paragraph too.
What up?
In our current policy, it's strongly just both those paragraphs exist. And the word choice is strongly of those three bracketed. So it's in our current policy as is. Just so that.
As strong.
Strongly
Yeah,
discouraged.
this, all that
Strongly
is there and it's strongly,
It's all in our current policy we have right now.
Is strongly discouraged.
Correct.
yeah, strongly discouraged.
I think our administrative memo also states that it's more not for a third party. but more for other staff, that they notified administrator if they do have contact.
Mhm.
So it's not that you're doing it on the side and, oh, well, I know you, I was discouraged to, but I had to. Well, did you notify somebody that you did?
So I think there's gonna be a lot more nuance to electronic communication because it's become so pervasive. Coaches are using it for a lot of things. In our electronic communication policy, that's where we should expand on those different types of issues and how they should be handled. And just take that paragraph out and leave the one where it says we're gonna have a policy of appropriate electronic communications with students.
It does seem like this paragraph is dictating grooming type behaviors, not necessarily information that would be important to how you go about reporting, more things to look for. So it does seem a little bit out of place unless I'm reading the policy incorrectly. The policy is suspected abuse of a child reporting requirements, but this kind of details things you shouldn't do so as not to be suspect or put yourself in a bad situation. Not that it hasn't been there in the past, but it doesn't seem to fit with the intent of the policy overall is.
I'll go through the electronic policy and then that, make sure all
Okay,
the things are in there.
we're gonna change that so we know you're looking at it. Yep. Okay. Is that it on child abuse?
Other than we will be deleting the AR3 because we have an informed with reason, but that's not here nor there.
Okay,
So sometimes in mock interviews, a volunteer will meet with students that they actually want to hire. And so would it be illegal for them to get their phone number?
No, look, I'm gonna dig into our electronic communications policy and see.
If the student, my understanding is that the student gives it to you.
That's different than you obtaining it
So
through.
you would say, I mentioned in paying you, and I get your number, using district.
You calling me and saying, hey, can I have Ryan's number?
Yeah.
That's
not-
not, that's not.
That's what that was talking
That
about,
would be a first.
obtaining it.
You know.
Right.
You have 10 minutes.
You can do it.
And that was the end for me.
It's Danny's turn.
Now it's Trish.
I don't know.
Hopefully it's in-
Oh, Trish.
False with tenants.
yep.
We're not
Um,
gonna get to you.
So this policy change is around really the homeschooled student. The policy refers to multiple, but the changes are specific to some homeschool policy laws. If you read the summary, it talks about citations, changes that come to citations. Basically, they added back that this citation for violation of ORS 339, they've added that back in. And then the real language is around this 5A. When a student is homeschooled, is what all that means. Either the district and the parent is not complying with homeschool, they're not taking care of their kid, not doing those things, the ESD or the district can cite the parent. At this time, I do not want to get into the business of monitoring homeschooled students and their attendance. And that's in essence what this policy is asking us to do. It's telling us either we can do it or the ESD can do it. And that
Because ESD can.
yeah, and my suggestion is we keep our current policy as is. Our current policy, you have in your binder, but this is what, and we did recently update this in 2022. We do issue citations under the truancy ordinance of Josephine County. only to eighth graders and above. Otherwise, there are no, currently the law doesn't allow us to issue citations. Unless you want to chase down that parent who has withdrawn and not registered at the ESD. And we just do not have the manpower to do that. Will it work?
So are you recommending that we keep our current policy?
Yep, I'm recommending absolutely no change.
This is a random question. I think we've come across some things recently. Is there like a footnote sometimes that we can add, like why we chose? Because we go back often and are like, we do that. Or why is it not updated? Is there a way to add, even just in our own system?
Like our own braces.
Yes, yeah, there's a reason.
Tanya, you're kind of tracking that, aren't you? You have a list of ongoing decisions.
Well, yes, I started this year.
3 years and like we decided.
Yes.
Is that something that? I mean, I guess we could put it out to the public as well on our.
But yeah, I don't think that's what she's asking. I'm tracking the decisions that you guys are making at board meetings, so she's asking.
Like on policy, like at some point when 5 years, 10 years. When we come back to this and say. Why did we do this?
That would.
Why was it never
I
updated?
think that's a good idea. I was just gonna suggest, I know that you're keeping a list of decisions made, so we could go back to like this month, we covered this, we made that decision. You know, maybe there can be notes in there for some, when it's requested, hey, let's put in why we made that decision. We could utilize that list you're doing, not have to,
Like the 184.
redo it.
We can guess.
Just a thought.
In general,
Keep it a list.
If it's not,
Just a little something, Tanya, to look into.
doesn't matter, right?
Well, you're already doing the list, just make, you make a note. So, make it up.
That is the purpose of the policy though. Like if you don't include it in the policy, it doesn't really matter. Like,
Right,
so, I mean, that may be a nice thing to have, but. All of us are gone in 25 years, or I don't know how long, but some people might hang around, but the idea behind it is if it's not policy, it doesn't matter. So it's up to interpretation of the concurrent
Correct.
board. And legal counsel, et cetera. So, but it's not bad to write that down. I'm just saying like 10 years from now, that probably doesn't necessarily matter.
It's insightful. To the future, so.
Why did we decide?
We okay with no changes to JEA at this time?
Yeah.
So will we readopt and have a new date on there then?
We could try for one more.
We can.
Good. We can
It's
do
quick, okay.
it. Everybody's committed.
Civil rights coordinator, this is Danny.
We have to have civil rights coordinator according to the new law, or coordinators, and the choice the board has is. Do we want the board to designate in policy who the people will be, or do we give that authority to Tim or the superintendent to designate who the civil rights coordinator will be?
How much training does it involve?
It involves 2 days in Eugene for Danny and Ryan. Unless the board wants to choose somebody else and not let him choose Danny and Ryan.
There's a volunteer.
The suggestion would be that we allow the
Careful, maybe.
superintendent to designate the district civil rights coordinator with an S after coordinator.
The superintendent is the one who manages the district and manages the stuff. It's not.
Well, I know, but the House bill says the district school board. To designate, so how do you get?
I guess because the OSBA is saying that you're allowing, your board is directing the superintendent to do that,
Like we do.
to designate those people.
Yeah.
Or in August, we can come and say, we are recommending that Danny and Ryan be the district coordinators, and the board can vote on that in August and put it in the policy.
Having no idea why. The legislature did it that way.
When they gave us a nod.
Could be the superintendent nominate someone
We
and
could
the
look
board
it up. We could
votes.
look up on all this.
Says designated.
Which hospital to do it?
I just need to know what part I'm deleting. You want the board to do it or the superintendent to do it? That's the first question.
Superintendent.
Hearing nobody else answer that question, I'm gonna do this. Board directs superintendent to designate. And then inform the board, or I'm trying to incorporate your
Folks.
idea there.
Danny and Ryan would be the civil rights. You have been informed.
It has to be posted on the website and that kind of stuff. That's part of the law too. It has to be posted in the same place with the non-discrimination information up, so the parents, staff, community members will know who the designees are.
Well, the idea of a civil rights coordinator is a little bit like, Inspector General. So designating someone within the district is a little bit problematic.
What way?
Well,
Like inspecting yourself.
yeah. If you have issues with civil rights within your district, the chances that the civil rights coordinator will do the job they're supposed to do is less. So they did have an option for the ESD to supply civil rights coordinator. And that would be more of a outside person looking in. But I'm not strongly leaning that way, but I guess I wanted my fellow board members to think about some of that. I mean, that's kind of the point of a civil rights coordinator.
So I think if we read even more, I don't know that they have said exactly what the duties are going to be yet, what the responsibilities are for that particular position. That's still to come. So maybe you may make a different decision once that all comes out.
That was kind of my next question is, do we fully understand all the duties and the scope of that positions? Because that certainly would affect how we handle that.
What I've read is they've not made the rules and regulations for that position currently.
Okay.
Because if there's a daily component, we're probably hiring, we're paying the person at ESD if we did that.
I would have to find out what kind of cost would be involved.
Yeah, Dan, I think that's a good idea to kind of wait and see what exactly the duties are. That would make a difference.
Without this policy right now, are we not in compliance since it says effective January 1, 2024?
We have to designate somebody and we have to go to the trainings and that.
Could always go this direction and change it later as we learn more information.
Yep.
This is an idea. That's true. Revise
We
later.
have to come back and revisit this policy once those regulations are put into place. So.
You can give the board a report after you've had the 2 days of training and you need, right?
Good.
It's going.
Good with that plan?
Yeah.
Good with that plan? Good with that plan? Okay. No, we're adopting that right there. And then we'll revisit as we get more information. Okay.
Maybe time.
Huh?
Maybe time.
You good, Tanya?
Yep.
Okay. We are back together again. We are to a point in our agenda. We have a lot of folks joining us for this part of our agenda, so I'm just going to kind of recap what we've done. This is a board work session and we're not taking public comment at this time. This is an opportunity to work on board policies and such. We did have a slight revision to the agenda earlier, and the policy that we're gonna talk about now, policy IIA, Instructional and Library Media Resources, was not brought forward by the board, but by several board members, and we're gonna, the goal today, and I think Tim will kind of talk that through, is to get more information about the proposed revised policy. It was linked, I'm gonna put it up on the, can I have the mouse?
Yep.
Okay. And Tanya, this is the one right here? This is the policy revisions that, I'll let you kind of kick us off.
Okay, well, I'm gonna be a short kickoff. It's gonna be more like a handoff.
Okay.
All right, so we have policy. I'm
Oh,
wrong.
wrong one.
Wasn't expecting me to wait. We have a policy IIA that has been in place for 20 years. And we have a couple of board members, perhaps 3, that have been looking at some revisions, and this dates back to December-ish, before the legislative session.
Even fall.
Yeah,
So when we started talking about it.
right. So, and really want to give the folks an opportunity to share with this committee their why behind the changes, what they're hoping to accomplish, give us an opportunity to ask questions. I don't think we're going to get into wordsmithing necessarily today, but just try and figure out what the intent is behind the policy changes. Is that some, I see you're nodding, and so I'm gonna hand it off to you, Nathan.
Sure, that sounds good, and I can kind of highlight some of the main things that we were looking at, but essentially IIA covers the board direction for instructional material and supplementary material. And like Tim had mentioned, it hasn't been looked at or updated in about 20 years. So this is something we've been looking at for quite some time. Some of the updates that we're presenting for consideration would essentially bring the district policy closer to existing anti-discrimination legislation and refine the board's criteria basis for the materials that the district would present to the community's children. So that's kind of the main purpose, but there's 3 areas of emphasis. One is to update and expand the non-discrimination language for curriculum and library selections.
Sam.
Start over.
That was that you before. Sorry. Right, so the first area of emphasis was to update and expand additional non-discrimination language for curriculum and library selections. And the second was to clarify and refine the board's selection criteria for the purpose of ensuring high quality educational standards and age appropriateness in what we're presenting our children. And the third essentially was to involve community stakeholders and library supplementary material reviewing to assist the librarian and staff. And the mechanism being proposed for this would be to create a library selection council chaired by the district's licensed librarian. This is what the current language is. That group would be somewhat like the current parent advisory committee currently reviews curriculum. So it would function similar to that. So this group of 7 or so would be adopting proposed supplementary education materials for the library using board policy criteria. And essentially, we have been, as it was mentioned, discussing aspects of this for quite some time, some of us, and here it is in a draft form for consideration and discussion.
And before we start that, I want to go back to the agenda just briefly, which it also lists the policy IIBD, which is district libraries. And in my My recommendation would be to eliminate that policy and just make it part of this. IIA. So. Like I was condensing other policies earlier, I think this one's redundant.
And I would just mention one more thing on the formatting. When this started to be tinkered with, it was in a track changes mode, but at some point in the iterations, the everything got messed up on the formatting. And so in this last one, Tanya basically cut and pasted the text in and everything got crossed out. But I just want to point out, hopefully everyone had a chance to actually read the whole thing in its entirety. But not all the language has changed. There's quite a bit of language in there that's also language that's in the current policy. So you could reference back to that, even if it's crossed out in this, it doesn't mean that it's not also included. So just wanted to make mention of that.
When you say crossed out, you mean highlighted? Or
No,
was there cross-
if you look at
I just missed some
the
crossed
first
out.
page, so the formatting got all messed up. So what happened is the way it came back is everything got crossed out.
Oh, okay, I see that.
And
Gotcha.
and then the language, the draft language is the highlight essentially. So there,
The word.
Blue is the change.
The blue word is the word.
so somebody at one point made a comment about the word indoctrination. And that's in the existing language. That wasn't part of the revision. That's legacy language.
I just wanted to follow up on what Gary said about policy. IIBD, Tony, you checked with OSBA and they recommended delete It's a-
not.
in ours.
OSBA, we still have it.
We still have it. So it's been a policy that OSBA recommended deleting a couple years back.
Perfect.
So,
Even better.
so
Has everybody on the committee had a chance to actually read the whole thing?
No, I don't know.
Yeah. The directors don't have the copy with the blue in it.
Yeah.
Well, I would.
Oh, neither does
Some of
Debbie.
the blue stuff, exactly. right.
Debbie had taken her binder.
Oh,
Abby.
she was
Debbie's
on top
copy.
of things. She was reading the policy before today.
Yeah.
You
First. Found a copy for the book.
We got an email saying I could
If
get
you,
it fresh.
if you make new copies,
counter, so I can grab one.
What?
if you're making new copies, I'll take one. If not, I can just look it up.
I'll make it.
So maybe starting on page 1-8, the Brent Festival District 7 policy, but everything is lined out in the one we have. With all of that actually being proposed to stay, or.
I think to know what's in the proposed language, the highlighted stuff is what to read. I was just saying that if there's something you might want to cross-reference back, if there's specific language, and see if it's actually in it. Because the way it came out after Tanya put it in, everything was crossed out, but there is some of that crossed out language in yes, it's still in there. So I mean, it makes it harder to review. So I'm just making the statement that in the highlighted stuff, if there's something like, oh, was that older language or was that new language? You could look back.
But am I correct that old language is just highlighted, new language is the blue or green?
No.
No, I'm not sure why it was
Yeah,
blue or
the-
green.
Darn it, I thought that was gonna be
Yeah.
so much easier.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I'd like to request that we get a cleaned up copy after this meeting. It sounds like we're not gonna.
Yes, that's.
Have it finalized, but it would, it's just harder to do that.
But just to be clear, the highlighted stuff is the proposed language that was looked at. It's just before you assume that it's new language, you could look back at the old policy and just reference it.
So if it's okay, I did read through the policy. I've compared it. I can tell where the new language is. And to ask some specific questions about the thought process or those parts and pieces. My first question is on this very first page, the policy is retroactive to all instructional materials. I think I'll probably come back to this question, but what that's new added language. What is are we going to review absolutely every instructional piece of material in the district
And every library book.
and library books? And this policy is really, there's two things in this policy. One is about instructional materials, which I'd like to talk about first, and then library materials, because they're separate processes. They're in the same policy. But this isn't just a library book policy. This is how we adopt textbooks, how we adopt curriculum for the classroom, processes we use. I want to make sure I'm understanding the revisions that have been made. We can come back to this one because I'm not sure I understand what it means, but this whole first section is about instructional materials. So these are the materials teachers use in the classroom. It talks about a district board liaison appointed to the selection committee. And I guess I just want to make sure, and Susan can speak to this for the recent adoption of language arts materials, but the selection committee in our district meets multiple times. It's representative of all of our grade levels, the content area, the teachers who will actually use the curriculum to purchase. We go through, how many meetings did you have for language arts?
I was gonna say it's hours, so there were, I think 16 staff members on the committee plus myself. And we met for 3 whole days and then a couple of after school meetings. And then presented to staff 3 different times at PD meetings or PD days. So I didn't do the math of that of how many hours, but that's what we did this year with the hours.
And then our process is always to come to the Parent Advisory Council. In the current policy, it references it as the Curriculum Council, but the Curriculum Council and the Parent Advisory Council are the same thing. So that does need to be revised in the policy. But then we bring it forward to that group of parents. We bring it forward to the board. We have the materials on display in our office for a month prior to the board's final adoption. And so there's quite a process we go through in terms of the selection committee, who's on it, and then the selection objectives. There's a few revisions there too that are just needing more of an understanding around particularly numbers 4, 5, and 6. And needing to understand those better, because currently the way the state works is anything that's put on a state approved instructional material list, the rubric and the criteria that the state goes through, and up to 50 to 100 teachers participate in that review process. Publishers submit materials. The criteria is much more extensive than just this board policy. In order for a curriculum to make it onto a state approved list, which that's then what we look at. If we decide to not adopt something on the state approved list, we have to use the state or state rubric to approve instructional materials, which takes more time
Go
of
through a
our
separate
selection
process.
committee. So we tend to just go with what's on the state approved list and run our process that way. So our selection criteria is quite extensive, but
So there's nothing though preventing us from selecting some curriculum that's not on the state approved list. It's just that it takes more staff time.
correct.
Okay.
Well, it still has to meet all of the state requirements. We can't just. They won't approve just anything. It still has to meet all of the same requirements that it took to get on the state approved list in the first place.
Right. That's why it takes more staff time.
So should we start with your first question about retroactive?
Sure.
What's the thinking?
Well, I'm gonna say that for a policy, and you use words like retroactive and dates. That's not good practice for policies because it's what's retroactive, right? It's some point in time. And we try to write policies that are timeless. So not that sometimes we don't have to do things like that, but I think it's probably not a good idea in this case to say retroactively do that. One board member's opinion.
When you say, when you say that, Gary, you mean because the policy in and of itself is going to apply to the present situation regardless of what's there or isn't there, it applies to everything that's in play in that moment. Not just future curriculum or future books or otherwise, is that what you mean by that?
Well, more than that, I'm almost talking about a technical aspect. Periodically, some policy shows up to us and it's got some date in there. And it makes no sense because of the date that's in there. And you should be writing policy so that when it's read in the future, it still makes sense and is the policy. And so almost from a technical perspective, I don't like saying we're gonna do retroactive. I mean, if we do that, we should say instead of retroactive, something about at this point in time, you're gonna do this kind of a thing. And it wouldn't. It just shouldn't be part of the policy.
I think the idea was to reflect that all curriculum and materials are reviewed at some point for relevance and updating, and so that when those reviews happen, this policy would be in effect. I think that's what the idea was, getting there with that.
Right, but I don't think you have to say retroactive.
Maybe
It's
not,
in
yeah.
effect when review happens.
We do go through this. We follow the state cycle, and the state cycles through every 7 years. So, for example, I mentioned earlier, the health standards have been revised. The state is going through a process this summer of new health related materials to get on the approved list in October. Then our selection committee starts to do their work, looking at that state approved list, the revised standards, and recommending based on the selection criteria, program or programs that will work for us. And so the state cycle is every 7 years to revisit the standards, update them as necessary, revise as necessary, and then look at updated curriculum. So we do come back to things.
I thought we postponed the health curriculum even though it was up for state adoption this year. But we chose to delay it for a year for budgetary.
No, that was the ELA,
ELA.
not ELA, EL, right? Danny?
Yeah, English language,
Right,
our second language curriculum.
second language.
Not
Yeah.
the health curriculum.
But so it was, we already had a curriculum that was on that cycle you're talking about, but we delayed it for budgetary reasons, as I remember it.
Correct. And it was still working for us. So
Okay.
sometimes we have curriculum that we pay for and we have a electronic component to it, and that ends, and then we can't access that part of the curriculum. So that wasn't the case with the ELL.
So to expand on the word retroactively, to me, that means that someone would have to review every book in the library, every textbook, And if they were pulled, it equates into a book ban. And so I think that's a dangerous route to go.
Supplemental materials are in here as well.
What's that?
Supplemental materials are also in here as well. It would be a massive undertaking
Yeah,
to retroactively look at everything.
I don't think that
And
was.
so
the
then
intent.
you're intruding on some of the teachers' rights, also contractual rights. And it's, in my opinion, the wrong way to go about this totally. You know, I read over 30 books a month. I am not gonna read every book in the library. I review the textbooks when they're on display. But I don't read every word, and I don't go through the hours and hours and the practical, how does this really work in a classroom stuff? And I am not a professional. I don't have the training to judge this adequately, and I don't believe anybody on the board does either.
To judge what?
To what?
To judge what?
Every book in the library, every textbook.
I think.
For maximum efficiency, I tend to listen carefully to the professionals that we have hired to make those judgments. I verify, I trust, but I also verify as much as I can. But this is putting a tremendous burden on people who are not qualified to make initial kinds of decisions.
Point of clarification, just curious, because there's a liaison that is recommended from the board to be on the selection process of textbooks, correct? That's what we're saying. The materials were available for ELA for a month. How many board members went and looked at them?
To my knowledge, one.
Debbie? So it was available to the board. I'm just,
So an assigned liaison may help to have more interaction in that regard, is what you're saying.
no, I'm saying any board member could have done it and nobody chose to do it. Right?
I'll actually even mention Debbie does come to some of the selection. She came to the math teams meetings last year. Because you happened to be here, and that content was over our heads for sure. So really relying on the math teacher's expertise to recommend materials to us.
So Debbie, just to your point, so this policy is a very old one. It's been around a long time. And it's always been the board's direction in the selection of curriculum and supplementary materials. So it's always been the case that the board has provided direction and criteria for that. So what we're suggesting is some different refinement and an update of that criteria. So it's not new to have board criteria for curriculum selection or supplementary material. That's not new. This has been around a long time.
The board is responsible for their selection. I think, in the first paragraph, you've got the board directs, and before it was the board delegates, and I prefer delegates.
Can you guys hear
We'll
me?
get that cleaned up. Here.
On the board liaison, I just had a practical question.
Yeah.
Just when I explained, the amount of hours, like up to 40, 50 hours in a school year for a really large scale adoption.
I don't know how
I'm
I
just
am.
wondering on a practical level,
If you touch that, you raise your hand.
Oh, if any one board member would have the ability to do that, because,
Contribute.
and we can't do that, you know, we can't do all of those things.
She has
after
adjusted
school.
it so that I can actually speak.
We can't accommodate different
Yeah.
schedules just because we have so many staff members, so that was just one of my, not, you know, just practical questions.
Can you hear me?
Ask some more questions. The, these highlights are not, that, we'll get it matched up with what's new, but supplementary materials. No, sorry, yes, this whole section on library books. So, because this part on the selection of instructional materials, supplementary materials used in the classroom. We could have a whole nother conversation about, you recommended no changes there, that is existing language right now. In terms of what supplementary materials look like. For library books, the criteria is quite a bit different. And it calls for this library selection committee. Could you tell us a little bit more about how that committee would work and function and how you see that working? Yeah, yeah, somebody who, you guys had the idea of the library selection committee.
Well, I think that, you know, the reason why this is a draft and for discussion is to kind of hash some of that stuff out, but. You know, we have the parent advisory committee, which understanding from discussion that. It's involved in curriculum review. And I've heard the parent advisory committee and also the selection committee used interchangeably. In discussions about that, how it's used. So the idea would be to have sort of a similar committee with the representatives that are on there looking at the supplementary materials and library selections. So it would be similar. They'd be adopting them in the curriculum case. The parent advisory committee is actually presenting it to the board or for approval. In this case, the way it's currently written, that adoption committee for the libraries would be adopting it just using the criteria in the policy. So they wouldn't necessarily be bringing it to the board. And the idea would be to help streamline that.
So changing just to clarify, our current practice is our district library media specialist. And we had a presentation this past spring about how materials are reviewed. And if you look at current policy, the process she uses, the organizations that she reviews curriculum with, her professional training, her expertise in this area. She gathers, so all of our library managers from the school will run book suggestions by her. She does the research and the work and approves that, goes to the building principal. You're wanting to expand that to be her with different committee people, community members who don't have the same level of training as she does. We've taken out a number of the resources that she currently uses in terms of book review. I don't know if we need to revisit some of those to put back in there. Just establishing,
Yeah.
you know, that professional review process.
Right, so I think the district, you know, if something like this were to pass as policy, the district would refine, you know, how exactly it functions. But I would imagine from talking to some of you, that those recommendations would go to the committee instead of one person or two people, so you have more stakeholder eyes on it and help reviewing and going through those selections with some clearer board criteria. So,
Well, I'm gonna say this section. However, the process is gonna work. We have one for curriculum. And we're suggesting some changes to it. But this particular part, what doesn't occur for library materials is you don't have community input. And one of the jobs of the board is to get community input. Now, on the curriculum side, we have the Parent Advisory Council. But on the library materials, we don't seem to have any community input. And so we're suggesting that the process for books winding up in the library also goes through the community filter.
So could
Goes
that
through what?
be the Parent Advisory Council? Just as a curriculum is the proposed adopted curriculum is presented to the Parent Advisory Council. And then they have a period of time for review. And then they give their recommendation, yes or no. And then all of that is presented to the board. And I know this doesn't have the board piece to it, but I mean, we already have that process. We have a long established process of having the Parent Advisory Council that has reps from all levels and buildings. So maybe that was strung up there as an alternative, leaving the expert and the person trained to still be that filter along with the managers and that initial selection committee. But could get that parent piece and the eyes on it through the Parent Advisory Council.
Yeah, I think that process will allow the community input. The board's kind of charged with doing for the community to happen with this material, and it's not current. So I think that would be fine.
I can imagine, I need to do some information gathering, but the way our budget cycle works and the process for purchasing library books, in our once a month Parent Advisory Council meetings, that could stall some things and logjam, because we're talking, and I can't remember exactly, trying not to look at Eva too much, but we order about 400 to 500 books a year as a district. And so will they have to read all of those? Will they go on to known sites? Or will they just Google it and look? I mean, how will, and had a parent reach out to me from the Parent Advisory Council today, concerned about how would she review that many books in a timely fashion in order to get the library book on the shelf.
Well, I'm gonna say I would hope somebody's reviewing the books.
That's our district library, that's our district media library specialist job.
so I would
That's
say
what
that,
she does.
I would say that number has been a moving target. I've heard many different numbers. I know in one sit-down conversation, I heard 150 to 200. So so maybe we need to clarify exactly how many books are coming at the district every year. I think at one point, somebody threw out 1,000 to 1,500 back in February.
So it would, depending on how much budget money we give the library each year, so that's why that's a moving target. How many books are scheduled to be purchased this summer?
For the coming school year?
Yeah.
I need to look at the approved budgets I haven't, because I'm on vacation.
That's right. We'll get that for you. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't even know what the approved budget is. I'm sure Sam doesn't either. So, but yeah. Yes, it could be 150, it could be 400, depending on how flush we are with cash.
The idea behind that additional committee as opposed to just the Parent Advisory Committee is one, and speaking with several of their members, they have a pretty good workload already. And so this proposed committee would have their own timeline and their own schedule. And you have more people on board that can help do those reviews with the criteria that's going to be in the policy as opposed to one. And so, I mean, who knows? It could help the pipeline move faster. but I think the goal is making sure that we have good parent involvement and stakeholder involvement, and that we prioritize quality over quantity as well. So if it does somehow slow it down a little bit, I think we've all talked before and agreed that it's not as urgent to get a book or another resource supplementary material in the library as it is to necessarily get curriculum passed, and so it's in line with the school year. So I think the idea behind that is to create more engagement, more involvement with stakeholders in the community, which is a huge part of our strategic planning efforts that we identified that we want to do. And it adds capacity to help with that workload.
We could talk about the criteria a little bit that has been revised for that committee. Because there quite numbers.
Wait, before we leave that. Can we kind of decide whether we're gonna add a community filter to the books before they go to the library? So whether it's parent advisory council or a separate one, can we agree that we want to have community or stakeholder input to this material before it comes into the district? And does anybody think that's wrong?
Can we wait till we get a legal finding on that? Before we make any decisions?
Legal finding on having the community
Well, I
involved in this
think
process.
he's just asking what you feel about the concept of the community being and having some influence in that process.
And would that maybe not look so employee dependent, maybe posting a list of. I'm not sure I grasp it, because I get the community involvement, I get the stakeholder involvement, but maybe posting a list of proposed books. Or what, I'm not sure that it's capturing the intense time that it would take to do the
and you can
committee.
on and off, if anybody.
But making folks known that we're coming in or were proposed to be purchased. In lieu of meeting and going through.
That little microphone, but then you can unmute.
To vet them themselves.
I think you're trying to talk about specifics. We're just trying to talk about from a high level policy. Are
Well,
we going to create something that allows community input to this material before it comes into the district? I don't care how it gets done.
but we were talking about the specifics, so yes. So there are
Right,
many
I'm saying
options.
let's not do specifics today.
Oh, yes.
I like the idea of it, Gary. Also, I like this. I like this process, being able to talk through. We've done this on a couple other policies, like. Here's a first thought, and let's see what we can come up with as a collective group. And there's a lot of smart people in the room, and whether that's board members or district office or otherwise, that can help mold things like this into the right shape that it should be. I like what I'm hearing. Gary and Trish question about retroactively and policy would apply no matter what. So maybe that terminology isn't necessary for a policy. I think that's great. I'm also hearing someone say delegates versus directs. I think one of the reasons for this draft being developed with the involvement I had in it anyways, is the idea that the board wants to feel involved in this process. Maybe just the individuals that had something to do with this wanted to feel more involved, and they feel pretty distant from that and not involved. And when we have ORSs that tell us we're legally responsible for selection of instructional materials for the district, that's a heavy weight, and to not have a hand in that feels very disconnected. It's not a distrust issue. It's a, hey, if we're gonna do this, let's do it together, right? At least that's my perspective as one board member. So I like what I've heard so far. I'm hearing loud and clear that the selection committee takes a gazillion hours with 15 million people. I'm just kidding. but like a lot of people, a lot of time, and that's good, it's good information to have. I still don't hate the idea of some involvement of the board in that process. I don't know what that looks like. That's why we're here to talk about this, right?
Right.
Yes. So the idea of community involvement with selection of library books, materials, media, supplemental materials, Gary kind of distilled that nicely as to that's where that was going. So anyways, those are like big picture things that I'm hearing today as we're talking that I think are really valuable and helpful as this process moves forward. So yes, to answer your question, I'm interested in community involvement in what books wind up in the library. It seems like there's a much more rigorous process, as I think Trish laid out, for curriculum that gets placed in the classroom. And even though there's a lot of things that are done to look at library books, it's kind of one person or maybe a few select people, and it doesn't feel like it has the connection to the board or the community necessarily. And those are some things that I have noticed as one board member that I would like to see changed.
I believe there's some concern on my part and in the community that in other states, for instance, there are lists of books that are being asked to be pulled from school libraries, school classrooms, and they're telling people to go through, and if you've got this book, you've got to throw it away or get it out of the classroom. And I don't want that to happen in our state, in our district. And frankly, I've heard rumors, they're just rumors at this point, that there are 4 books that are on that list that you and Nathan have specifically asked the superintendent to get rid of. And I don't think anything that puts us in a position where that is possible is correct. I don't want policy to change so that an individual on the board can ask that a book be taken out of a classroom or a library without the challenge process being met.
Debbie, I think Tim addressed that rumor, as you put it, was incorrect. I think he addressed that already.
So in the email I sent, there was no challenge to any books. There was some questions asked about some books. And so some of the board members looked at them, read some of the books, but all of them were returned to the library, I think. Yep, all of them returned to the library this year. So, but there certainly we had conversations about some books that folks were like, not so, but no challenges made to any books at all.
Well, I realize this, but I don't want the challenge process changed, and it seems like this revision would change that. Is that correct or incorrect?
Well, this policy doesn't discuss the AR that's associated with it, so I don't know how that challenge portion of this would be impacted, right?
Yeah.
Saying that correctly.
Yes.
Okay, I want to make sure I'm saying it correctly. So even when questions were being asked, there could have been a challenge made, but there wasn't. So, and I think, I don't know that there's an intent from this policy to change the challenge process. If there is, I haven't been informed of that. I don't know that. Right.
I'm not sure. I don't know if there's specific language that you're concerned about, Debbie. I think it'd be important to hear it. And if you need time, I mean, this is going to be a conversation beyond today.
Oh, yeah.
you know.
Well,
so
that
if
was
there's
the-
something that concerns you.
That was the other thing I put in my email, so that. Just my guess on the pace the board is gonna move, that this is
Yeah.
a several month process.
I think it's, and I tried to allude to this when I sort of introduced this, but this policy that that it's just to be clear, because you sort of alluded to it, but this is not a reaction to any particular book or books. This is something that's been discussed far beyond, if there was any questions about any books that were seen in the library. And I'm sure Tim can attest to that. We've had discussions.
And I said that at the beginning, yes, so.
Well,
But I think we do, we absolutely have a duty as a board to make sure that we are representing the parents of the community and making sure that the stuff we're putting in front of the children of the community is well vetted. And so that's the reason for this update and really no other.
well, I know I gave, you the benefit of the doubt when you asked about the process of how things were selected, and we had a very informative and helpful and well-attended meeting in the library given by the head librarian about that process. And I thought I came away from that meeting feeling very good about our process, good about our personnel, and good about choices being made. And I know there were people concerned, and I did my best to say, this is just an informational thing. This isn't a prelude to book banning. I see this proposal and think, they really were thinking about book banning. So that's kind of where I'm sitting.
Yeah, I think honestly, you're the only person I've heard use those words, book banning, because this really doesn't have to do with that. It has to do with our duty to make sure that what is being put in front of the community, these children, is well vetted. And their work needs to be done on this, and it's here to be discussed, and that's, how this process works. But something had to be proposed, and so here it is proposed to talk about and figure out and look into the legalities of everything. And so the discussion is good, but it's a board responsibility to do this. This is an old policy. It's like I mentioned before, 20 years and older, and it has always been the board's guidance and direction on curriculum and other materials. It has always been that. So this is not a new thing to be this, but it is a proposed update.
Usually proposals don't come from a specific cadre of the board. It's usually OSBA or administration.
Yeah.
Or a legal basis for the change. And we've got 50 or so that we're looking at based on changes in the law this year alone. That, to me, take precedence over this. From that regard also.
And OSBA has told us they're working on a revision of this policy. So they're not ready to release it yet, but they did notify us of that.
So
It will not, if I'm remembering the email correctly, cover supplemental materials. But I think it covers core curriculum and potentially library materials.
Well, I hear what you're saying. I think it is important for all of us to remember and for everybody to hear that there's a reason why boards are elected in local communities, because it is the local education authority. And so if we're not working on proposals, if we're not working on things, then we're not doing the job. If we just waited for other people to propose things to us. We partner with a lot of different organizations and people, and what we do within the law and ethically, but we should be the voice of the community. That's why we're elected. So I think it's very appropriate and a normal thing to present something like this, but we can always disagree on the details, of course, and that's fine. That's why we're all elected separately. I'm okay.
Well, so I'm going to say, we talk a lot about experts and people have specific expertise in a particular field. But the area that the board has expertise is in what the community wants. What is our community want in our school district? So the board is the experts for what should go on in District 7. So the fact that the board is hearing from the community that there's concerns about material in the library that causes a review of this policy should be fine. That's what school boards are elected to do. And we are the experts for the community.
Well, I do not want to encourage the divisiveness that has been growing in our nation and our community. And I have done my best to tell people, no, you don't need to come to this meeting. That it sounds worse than it is, kinds of stuff. And so the way this was presented seems more like a opening salvo for a war and divisiveness than a response to the community's concerns. I also look at, you talk about community concerns, how many challenges have come forth to library books or to curriculum. And you know, we are not getting complaints from parents. We're not getting complaints from people who live in the district. Are we getting complaints from, are you getting complaints from those people or people who live outside of those parameters?
I'm getting concerns from people, parents and patrons who live in District 7. And so they're concerned about it. Oftentimes, it's not stuff happening in District 7, you know, some other school district across the country. But that doesn't lessen the concern that they have. And so for the board to address, to make sure that we have community involvement for selecting the materials used to educate the kids in District 7 is entirely appropriate.
So along those lines, there's a number of materials out there that I think people are concerned about. People that I talk to in the district, people outside of the district, statewide, nationwide. And I think part of why this policy is interesting to update is that we are encountering things now that were not really a thing back in 2004. And so some of the selection criteria, if we want to go there, might address some of that going forward. And I'm curious if anybody has issues with that material, not to jump ahead of you, Trish, or wherever you want to go, but I'm curious if there are concerns about that. Granted, we're not wordsmithing today, but that seems like our next logical.
What part were you in? Sorry.
Under the selection criteria. So it gives some boundaries, so to speak. I think about the school district has internet filters and things that protect from what can be looked at on the school's internet. And it makes sense to me that we might have similar boundaries, guidelines for the subject matter or the content of materials that are available to the children in the district.
I'm a taskmaster. It's 5 o'clock. You set a hard stop. I think there's obviously a lot of work to do. To wrap up that thought, that particularly around the 4 colored changes. And then there are some things that have been removed from third-party reviews as well that I just wanted to talk more about. But I think what we need to do is get ourselves organized now that we kind of understand the why and the intent, which I think was articulated well and appreciated. That'll allow us some time to like, okay, so how could we achieve the goal that you were talking about? Of some sort of library process. And will give us time to, look at what you've thrown out there, come up with maybe some of our own ideas, come back and work through the process together and collectively, like we have on so many other policies. Does that sound reasonable in terms of next steps and follow-up?
Yeah, but before we get out of here, scroll up just a little bit. So 3, 4, and 5, I want to see 3, 4, 5, and 6 on it. Yeah. So I guess I want to know, do you, Trish, see any problems with those things? Are there issues for you personally with 3,
I have
4, 5,
questions. I don't have concerns. I have questions and I think, the pornographic materials and the definition of that, you were also asked that by Joe. In terms of what's the definition of that, those would be my questions. We had a book come forward as supplemental materials on Killer Angels that had repetitive vulgar language, wondering how does number 6 apply to that particular decision? Those are my questions. It's not, do I, Trish, disagree with or have a problem with?
Okay.
It's more fleshing out
So
what's your intent.
So Ryan, do you have issues with 3, 4, 5, and 6?
Same answer, more questions about what specifics does that mean? But no, I can't say right here. Do I have concerns over not allowing pornographic material for our kids? No, but what do all those mean? Defining it all.
Okay, so I'm gonna keep going around the room.
What I said is what I would say as well.
Okay, so Danny,
Just the definitions, you could, Huckleberry Finn, could Huckleberry Finn be banned? Bans a ban. Could Huckleberry Finn be a book that would not meet the criteria that's up there based on the use of some of the language that's in the book? So I think, and price is not one of the criteria anymore. So we just told Eva she can spend anything she wants to on.
so she hits her budget. So Tommy,
As written, those can be very subjective right now. And when you look at things like age appropriateness, there are kids that are at different maturity levels at different ages. And so that can make it very subjective. So the definitions would be very important for me too. And I still think it would be challenging with those definitions.
I can't say it any better than anybody else.
I'm not playing.
That's
I didn't know that was an option. We didn't know Dustin.
This is taskmaster.
Yes, Dustin.
Can I take a minute?
Yep, take a minute.
So my recommendation moving forward is it's a little hard for me to look at like a past policy and then a proposed new policy with a lot of the detail. Be nice to have like back up from that a little bit and talk about maybe the themes that were talked about today. Big one was delegate versus direct, or words that come to mind to me is, are we being prescriptive about this process, or are we gonna make it like a performance requirement? Like add some little flavor in there and say, we'd like it to look like this, but you still get to create the process. The next one is retroactive, and that brings up the term ban versus and a shocker, we are talking about banning books because we're talking about a process that will eliminate some of the books from being approved. So we still are talking about somewhere in that subject matter of, we only want books in our libraries and in our classrooms that we think are appropriate for the learning that we want to happen. So that's a whole theme. Community involvement, do we want community involvement? Specifically, we have it with curriculum. Do we want it for library books? If so, what does that look like? But the first step is like the theme. Can we agree on that? Challenges, I didn't read challenges in our current policy.
It's in the AR.
So we
Which
have them,
which
it's not
we
our
need-
policy, but do we want to put it in our policy? What does that challenge look like? Again, are we being very prescriptive about that? Or are we gonna let the administration flush out the details of what that looks like? And then criteria or not, again, do we want some sort of criteria? Our policy already has some. Do we want to expand on that? Those are kind of the themes I heard today, and if we just talk about those without words on the table first, it might be better. Next step, that's just a recommendation.
Do we have any idea of the time frame of OSBA's recommendations for this policy?
I know, they're working on it, it should be this fall sometime. We also will have a couple of attorneys getting back to us in the next few weeks with their thoughts as well, so I'll be able to share those with the board.
Debbie, did you get a copy of their 2021 recommendation?
Tanya handed it to me.
No.
So yeah, that's the most recent, and obviously we didn't, this district didn't
It
make
just came
changes.
yesterday, is that
Oh,
what you said?
okay, 3 years late, we got it.
Yeah, Trish, I think that, yes. In
Yes.
order to keep time,
Yeah.
that, yes, you guys now have seen,
Yep.
understanding.
Yep.
We can-
Next step.
Yes.
Next policy meeting is in August. Can't
August.
guarantee how much of this we'll have, but maybe a little bit of something. We'll let you know.
And
And if we could still, even though I'm recommending not going through the cross outs and the recommendations and doing more themes, can we still get the version of this that has the cross out and?
Yes, I agree. That help me too.
Yeah.
And I just want to say, first of all, thank you. 5 hours of policy. I know Gary loves this kind of stuff. The rest of us are like. But I appreciate those of you that have given up your time at work to be here and to get through this. And we've got still a long ways to go with the OSBA work.
I had to use vacation hours today. What a vacation.
I appreciate that. I truly do. I don't know what time our meeting is on August what?
It's 5 to 8, the 27th, I think.
August 27th.
It's
So,
the normal time.
okay, so 5 to 8, we're not gonna get through a bunch, but we'll get through some more policies. We have some work on some of the earlier policies that we'll try to get to you on the 28th, and some of them will kick to September. Tanya, thank you for lunch and all the work you did setting this up. We appreciate that as well. And am I forgetting any other thank yous? So, okay.
Thank you, Trish.
Trish,
You
thank
bet.
you. Yeah,
Whatever, but.
yeah. Enjoy the smoky afternoon.
Good job, Trish. I look at it.
I will stop.